Hello? Are we live? Yes, we are live once again. Hey everyone. It's Choom. God, that sounds so stupid. Hi, I'm just Choom. It's just my pseudo name on the internet. Welcome back. Yet again, playing Elite Dangerous. I was actually thinking about what to do in Elite Dangerous specifically today. And I think I kind of forgot what I said last stream. So yesterday night, I think I said we were gonna make some more money, and then we were gonna think about, oh, I think we were gonna buy the Mandalay, weren't we? So that we can unlock the engineers, because we need to travel 5,000 light years. Yeah. So we're gonna do just that. We're gonna make a little bit more money. So right now we have 500 million or 430 million. I would say we should be around 500 million before we buy the next ship. And then I'll think about where to invest all that money next. We might also have to do I'll do a little bit of mission grinding just to get some materials actually. I probably need a bit more encoded data, and it's probably easier and more engaging if I do it from a mission rather than going to the farming method. Yeah, let's load into the game and figure out what we want to do. So I hope everyone had a good day so far. If you're watching this at night, I hope you had a...
Welcome back, Commander.
Oh. Yeah, if you're watching this in the morning, I hope you have a good day. Why is chat disabled in the live stream?
You are pledged to Li Yongrui. You have served for 6 days and are at rank 7, with well over 27,500 accumulated merits. You are docked at Coriolis Starport, Rave Scene Memorial, in the Futhark system. You are cordial with the dominant faction, Celestial Light Brigade. Information: Futhark is being fortified by Aisling Duval.
So, we are still in our Type 9 heavy. Yeah, I wanted to do a little bit more trading. Just a little bit more. Because I think we kind of fucked ourselves over. I fucked myself over with like a really limited search criteria on Inara. I'm gonna go ahead and get some new trade routes going. This is not going to show it anymore. There we go. So, go to trade routes. We are at Futhark. We need a large landing pad. Station distance, but let's keep it below 5,000, shall we? I finally figured out what this was. It's the distance to the closest station, from the central sun. Right, so when you jump to a system, you spawn in at the central sun or central star. And this is the distance that you need to travel to a station. So 5,000 is 5,000 light seconds. Going over 5,000 kind of a pain because you need to do multiples overcharging from your FSD. Supply, we'll keep it at 5,000. Target station, Liangyu. Yep. Because we also want to get the power play bonuses. Let's go. So that yet another bauxite trade route. Bauxite. Okay. They all just bauxite again? We make 30,000 per unit. Profit per trip is 22 mil again. But within the last day. You know what? How about somewhere further away? I think this is something else that I wanted to see. So right now, we are at Futag, which is a little bit of ways away from the main, whatchamacallit, the starting area, which is like a point of reference. Actually, our main point of reference is Sirius, which should be around here. Yeah, Sirius. And if we go into a power play mode and we go not activity filter, just string new. Don't need to see unoccupied. Yeah, so if we take a look at this, Liangyu just kind of expands out this way. So what if we do... we pick a decently sized system. Why is this? What is this? Lambava? Oh, it's the home territory. Okay. Yeah, we just go inside the power play area. Okay, this seems like a... controlling power. LP 35565. Did I just say LP 35565? How about Wolf 1302? We don't have to go that far. Witch Hall. Yeah, let's go to Witch Hall. So now we go back to Inara. We say Witch Hall. Bauxite. Rushworth. It's the same. It's the same. It's all bauxite. What the Quandary? Ah, it's all bauxite. It's the same thing over and over again. Hamui Depot at Ariatis sector. Oh shit, it's pretty far away. Okay. If that's the case, can we try to maximize power play? New singer. Five jumps away.
Course plotted.
Yeah, let's go. Let's travel a little bit. Go.
Your Type 9 Heavy is now fully refueled.
Oh, I also like. I spent quite a while fiddling around with my HOTAS setup, my throttle, and my joystick. I believe I got everything to where I wanted them, where I want them to be. So my throttle feels good. Oh yeah. You know how my throttle used to twitch when I go full throttle? When I put my throttle at max position like this? This is me manually doing it. It used to twitch, right? It would like jerk around on its own sometimes. I've talked about this, and we've seen this happen on stream multiple times. You would see how it doesn't do it anymore? And that's because I fixed it. Let me test it out one more time. Yeah, I don't even have the range stopper because you know why? It wasn't the range that was the problem. It was the potentiometer that was dirty. How was it dirty? I have no idea. So a potentiometer is just like the sensor that provides the digital data for, you know, the joystick, the throttle, and how it sends. It's the sensor, okay? That's all I know. It's the sensor. The sensor itself is like a little coil, a metal coil resting on top of another like electronic pad. So as you push the throttle up and down, it seems to turn the sensiometer on the surface so that the system recognizes how much of the potentiometer coils have turned, right? Okay, I need to jump. Now, I tried to find out potential causes for the twitchy throttle input, and a lot of people said clean out the potentiometer. So I opened up the throttle, and I opened up the casing that houses the potentiometer, and lo and behold, what do I find? It's like oily surfaces on the inside the casing of the potentiometer. But here's the thing. I bought this throttle brand new. It's brand new. And even though I applied a custom grease to it, I sure as hell did not put it inside the potentiometer case. Right? So it must have been dirtied at the factory, because I sure as hell didn't do it. why would the potentiometer housing be so dirty? I can only imagine the poor quality control. Luckily enough, it was very easy to fix. All you have to do is get a little cotton swab and then get some cleaning alcohol and just very carefully scrub it down. And yeah, I got rid of the oily, greasy, whatever soot, whatever it was, and dirt that was in the potentiometer. And it works like a charm. The throttle works. The throttle input is very bright, like it's very accurate, as accurate as it's supposed to be, you know. And so I'm happy. I liked the grease method so much. Oh, whoa. Okay, we are stuck between two balls.
Star Alpha is uncommon and notable relative to similar class Tango Sierra T Tauri stars with higher than average surface temperature.
We are going between the balls, through the balls, to where the sun doesn't shine, or to where the suns don't shine. Oh my god, it's really hot. Oh shit.
Heat levels beyond operating tolerance.
Oh god. Well, it makes sense. Double the suns, double the heat, double the balls. Yeah, I like the grease so much that I put on my throttle. I decided to open up my joystick and also apply the same grease. So I opened up my Logitech and then I switched out the grease. The default grease, I think, just uses bushing grease, but you know, I figured it would be fine enough to put in some dampening grease as well. Right, so I cleaned it out, applied the damper grease, and it feels really good, even on the joystick. Like there's a with the default grease on the Logitech, it felt like there wasn't a lot of resistances at the lower end of the pressure. Like when I'm trying to do minute movements, like fine movements like this, where I'm like very slightly applying pressure. When I was using the default grease that came with the Logitech, it wouldn't really give any good feedback, like any good consistent feedback and resistance as I did it, right? There was only real resistance when you go to the very edges, when you're like fully maxing out your like fully pushing your joystick against the outer limit, right, against the casing, because the Logitech relies on a singular spring that sits at the bottom of the joystick. So when your joystick is tilting, you're actually just tilting on top of a circular spring, and that's why the resistances are quite severe at the edges, but very weak in the middle. With the dampening grease, I at least get very good consistent resistance at the initial range of tilting movements, right? Like, and this, actually, you can actually see the joystick range here. This is like about halfway there, like halfway. I get really good resistance, and it's a little bit slower. You can do some finite movements like this, and when I really need to, I can just smack it against the outer wall. I actually don't smack it, but yeah. This makes it feel less springy overall, and it makes it feel like the joystick is also using some sort of hydraulic system. It's like a pseudo hydraulic system. I mean, an actual hydraulic system would feel a lot better, but you know, considering that applying some dampening grease is such a cheap upgrade, I think this is a really good way to improve your cheaper throttles and joysticks if you can. Which is why I've seen a lot of people do the exact same thing. They actually change out the grease quite frequently.
vehicles and 56%, Commander.
Apparently this is like a popular thing in the joystick flight sim community. Because there aren't that many options for buying accessories for flight simming. So there are the really cheap ones, like I have, the Thrustmaster TWCS, the Logitech X3D. You know, it is the cheapest throttle that you can find. But like going for like a decent mid-tier is a bit harder. Because anything over, so the Logitech X3D costs like what? What? It's like 30 bucks, 30 bucks. But for the next decent upgrade, the next one, I believe what people recommend is the Warthog. But was it the VKB Warthog or VKB Gladiator? There was something that's like supposed to be like the mid-range, actual decent joystick. But that's like over 100. It's like around 200 bucks, I believe. From what I've seen in South Korea, the pricing may be very different in the United States, but so there is no real there's no real choice between the $30 to $200 range. The gap is pretty fucking huge. There's no $120 option. Not really. And then after the VKB, you got the really expensive ones, but which are supposedly supposed to be really good. Where am I supposed to go? Scalzi. I believe it was Scalzi. Yeah, Scalzi. Enemies would have us flee, don't let them win, fight for our freedom. Oh, what the fuck is going on in this system? We got a little revolution going on. A little rebellion. Oh yeah, all of my throttle inputs, joystick feels just right now. Yeah, the cycle's imminent, which is good for me because it gives me the power play assignments that give out bonus merit points.
Dropping at Scalzi Port.
Oh yes, everything feels smooth. Good, good, good.
Automated docking standing by.
You are clear for automated approach, Commander.
Why does it feel so hot in my room? It's supposed to be very comfortable. It's like 24 degrees on my AC. So I shouldn't feel hot. Talking about all that smooth thrusting action on my throttle got me all hot and bothered.
Docking complete.
Landing complete. Dispatching ground crew.
Oh shit. Yeah, I got that bonus too.
Exploration data for 16 systems sold for over 250,000 credits.
25 merits. It's not a lot, but
Local market information refresh obtained. The local market is selling silver at a good price.
actually,
as
if I
well
look
as
at the
gold
mission
and
board,
palladium.
oh, this port has a lot of people too. Deliver 2,050 units of cobalt. Okay, yeah, even if you stack like high tier missions or higher level missions, don't really make a lot of money, and that's like a higher chance of an interdiction. It really is just for actually. Oh shit! Grade 5. It seems stupid. You pay 10 million to get 9 grade 5. Okay. That's a bad deal. Yeah, bulk trading does make the most amount of money. $750 per unit. We go to Rushworth again. It's the same place we were selling off to yesterday.
Course plotted. Your Type 9 Heavy is now at maximum fuel capacity. Your Type 9 Heavy
Late night murder hobos. Is this a player faction?
Full control re-established.
Has to be a player faction, right?
Engaged. Restrict speed until clear of the station perimeter.
Is this a player-owned station? Oh, the systems in Civil War. Huh. What? Okay. Yeah, the AI freaked out.
Oh no, you don't.
Modules are fine. Excuse me.
Is this really necessary?
Almost choked on my coffee. Man, I need to be a bit quicker with the mute button. Oh, you know what I did last night? I watched some stuff. I watched the final episodes, the last 3 episodes of Ironheart. Okay. Spoiler warning. Spoiler warning, right? For people who haven't watched Ironheart.
Fuel reserves are now at 88% capacity.
It's the new show from Disney and Marvel. I'll be honest, I kind of liked what they tried to do with Ironheart. I don't like how they did it. So this will be a full-on spoiler discussion, right? So, you know how I was talking about how I liked the character Riri? Because it felt like with this Ironheart story, the writers were going for like a more... You know, they were actually trying to set up a, you know, a flawed character from the start, but who would presumably would either grow or learn from their mistakes. And, you know, the traditional notion of like this person growing up, like this person developing into the kind of hero that superheroes, like tales of heroism is about, right? We want to see personal growth, development, change, something. And I liked how the writers set up Riri, the main character, by portraying her as a young, but also young, brilliant, but also kind of rash, and, you know, a bit of inexperience with life. She kind of pushes people away. She doesn't really know how to embrace the people around her, because she puts pressure on herself. All that stuff, right? Okay, that's good. I like it. I like it. I like the fact that this is a character who has a lot of room to grow, and that's the way the story seemed to be setting itself up for. And I think generally that's what they actually tried to do with the end of the season. At the end of the season, Riri does learn to like grow and like to be more open towards her family, accepting help, collaborating with others to resolve her problems, overcoming our past traumas, and so on and so forth. Traditional narratives, nothing too fancy, nothing too like crazy. It's a very traditional story about a young adult learning to become a better person. Good. That's great. That's what we generally want to see in a superhero show aimed at young adults, right? Early, like late teens, mid-teens. That's probably the target audience anyway. Not for like 20 to 30 or 40-year-old people like us. But we can still appreciate it, right? This is the biggest spoiler part.
At Rushworth Station.
So there's a lot of magic in the show. Like Riri encounters magic. She encounters magic users, and at the end she resorts to tapping into like the magical world to fight the main antagonist. Okay, yeah, I'm just thinking about which part to talk about first. Yeah, so she uses music to defeat the main antagonist, which, in my opinion, the confrontation with the antagonist, the main antagonist of this season, was a bit too short and a little bit anticlimactic. It was a bit anticlimactic in my taste because the fight itself was rather short. There wasn't a whole lot going on with that confrontation. It's just the guy going crazy. They fight for like a minute and that's it. So it was a bit disappointing, but fine, whatever. Because the main ending of the show is actually not with the main antagonist of the series, of the season, but with a side antagonist, right? The real bad guy behind the main antagonist, which is supposedly Mephisto, which is actually a character in Marvel. I know both Marvel and DC.
We're done here.
They both have hells, like the traditional mythology, like the not traditional, but like the popularized notions of hell, versions of hell. So like hell with Lucifer and Mephisto and I think Beelzebub, these kind of mythological beings from like a very popular version of the Judeo-Christian notion of hell. They are characters in both Marvel and DC, I believe.
Docking complete.
So, in Ironheart, it's Mephisto. Mephisto's the big bad guy behind the main antagonist. He was a benefactor to the main antagonist. At the very end of the story, at the season, Riri defeats the main bad guy, takes away the magical cloak that gave the antagonist his powers. the cloak was given to the guy by Mephisto. And so she takes it, and as she's about to leave, Mephisto requests an audience. Yeah, Mephisto basically just like introduces himself to Riri, and they have a little talk, and Mephisto offers Riri a deal. So my game is freaking out. For it to stop freaking out. There we go. Yeah, Mephisto offers Riri a deal, and he offers Riri a chance to get her dead childhood friend back from hell. Not from hell, like from the afterlife, presumably the afterlife. And Riri takes it. Like, Riri makes a deal with Mephisto. She makes a deal with the devil. She makes the same mistake that the main antagonist does at the very end. And we see her being afflicted by the deal itself. So the deal comes with like a curse. I'm assuming she traded her actual soul for it. Which she rather willingly made. Like, it didn't take her a lot to just like decide to make that deal, even after seeing what it did to the main antagonist of the season. And the show kind of ends when, like, several months later, Riri manages to get her dead friend back from the afterlife, and we see the curse starting to take hold over Riri, expressed through like these like scarring tissue around on her body. And that's how the season ends. So here's the thing. I like what they tried to do with it, right? And it's like, okay, they want to see, they want to like, they wanted to
sell your bauxite for a profit of
they set up the story in a way where it felt like it would be a very conventional
as well as marine equipment
story about personal growth and development. But then at the end, they decide to do a little switcheroo, right? And say, no, so she grew in some ways, but she also makes another mistake or another. Yeah, so basically she makes another rather grave mistake. I like it. I like the fact that they try to do it like that. What I didn't like about it was I don't think there was enough setup for that twist itself to make it feel more natural. What I mean by that is, it's a bit difficult to tell if that was like something that makes sense for Riri as a character at that moment in her life. She just learned how to overcome her anxieties, how to work with other people, how to stand up to the main antagonist. And she wrestled away the magical cloak that was corrupting the main antagonist. And like, she could literally see how it was turning the guy into a literal like monster. And she, less than like 10 minutes after that specific fight where she saw the guy turn into a monster, she makes the exact same deal with Mephisto? Like, really? I wish there was a bit more lead up to the fact that Riri would have been open to a temptation like that. You know what I mean? Because it felt like she shouldn't have been tempted at that point in the story, but she just like immediately took the deal. So I was a little bit confused. about why she did it. I mean, what the show actually tries to do, I think that this is how they try to fix the issue. They give little flashbacks of Riri throughout the season when she talks to like other people and blah blah blah, and we see brief flashbacks of her saying some things, you know, some lines that make it seem like, oh, she was also actually, you know, a little bit ambitious. You know, she also has some desires that might be similar to the way that the main antagonist, what the fuck am I talking about? Yeah, they try to fix, I think they try to create a lead up to Riri's choice through a series of flashbacks at the very end, right before she was about to make that decision. And I don't know if that was enough, because yeah, she was a little bit obnoxious at times. She was stubborn, closed off to other people. Her initial motivations to become Braveheart and working on an Iron Man suit was ambiguous, but like but it later turned out to be unambiguous, because in the very last episode, the same episode, they kind of go through why Riri wanted to make that suit, and it was because she felt helpless when her father was killed and her best friend was killed. So her motivations to work on the Iron suit has already been resolved and established, and it's not a bad reason. It's not for ambition. It's not to become iconic, as Riri said earlier in the season, which is shown in the flashback just before Riri makes the deal with the devil. That line doesn't really have a place in the flashback, right? Because we know that's not her actual motivation. Am I supposed to buy here? Mineral extractors. Yeah. So I'm saying, like, the motivations weren't really established before Riri chose to accept a deal with the devil. Like, everything we've seen in the show was that Riri was, if anything, more anxious about potential risks and problems with a decision. In fact, it was her anxiety that was usually paralyzing. So to see her accept a deal with the devil that quickly and that suddenly at the end, I wish they had planted some more seeds and, you know, delved into that theme a little bit earlier than just the last 10 minutes of the season, because I think that's where most of the actual themes relating to that decision came into play. So I like the fact that they tried to do something like that. I don't like how they did it. I don't think it's a major problem. I just think it was a bit too sudden. And they didn't really delve too deeply into that theme of story.
Shipment disengaged from landing pads. Take care when leaving the station.
Yeah, I would have liked to see more about how Riri was someone who was unprepared to resist those kind of temptations in life. You know what I mean? Like, if the show had established a little bit that Riri was still young, Riri's still not wise enough to all the terrible shit that can happen in life. so that she might be a little more easily tempted by someone like Mephisto. If they had established it like a couple of episodes earlier, I think that would have been better. And I think that's what was missing from the last season.
I strongly advise you against this.
Because if you don't set it up,
Course locked in.
if you don't set it up, and
You are now clear of station 3.
the show ends the way it actually did, it's a little bit confusing as to why Riri would do something that stupid. 2, it kind of makes the rest of her development, like personal development, a little bit irrelevant, because she ends up making a mistake that's even worse than all the mistakes that she made in the beginning. Okay? And you're kind of left wondering, okay, what was the point of all this story, all the themes that we've looked at so far? What was the point of that? Because now Riri's in a deeper rut than ever before, and it seems like she hasn't learned anything. She didn't grow as a person. In fact, she regressed. And if that was supposed to be the point of the story about, you know, how she can go from bad to worse, okay, that's fine too, right? That is an interesting theme that you can explore in interesting ways. I just don't think the show was set up for that.
With an unusually high solar radius at 0.67 times sols, higher than average surface temperature, and lower than average density.
So what I'm saying is,
as you can see, it emits an orange-red light.
it felt a little bit like Khaleesi from Game of Thrones. Okay, you want the character to pivot to something that she was not supposed to become. That's fine. We're not saying that a character has to become a certain way. You're the writers, like that's up to the writers and the directors. You direct the way the story's supposed to go, but like there are certain rules when it comes to like trying to communicate that with the audience, right? You can't just turn around and say, oh nope, she's evil now, or nope, she's different now. That's not how stories work, and in large ways that's not how people work. And that's why we find it hard to believe that in Game of Thrones, a lot of people had problems the way Game of Thrones changed Khaleesi to become evil at the end. Not because they were disappointed with the fact that she was evil. We were disappointed that there was no real lead up to it.
At 87% capacity.
Because the rest of the themes associated with the character, so all the history of the character leading up to that point in the last season, didn't really seem to indicate that she would do something like that. That's why people were mad. We want interesting characters. We want interesting stories. As an audience, I'm assuming we want interesting stories. So it's perfectly fine if you want to make a character that was supposed to be good turns out to be evil. That's a perfectly valid theme to explore. Just, you can't rug pull, right? You can't just rug pull that on the audience. You gotta communicate that with us, just little by little. It's like immediately change the subject of it, it's like when you're talking to someone and then they immediately change the subject into something completely unrelated. It kills the flow of the conversation. It's just, we expect some cohesion of the narrative. I'm not saying Ironheart is as bad as Game of Thrones when it comes to that kind of a character change at the end. It definitely isn't. But I think it's like a similar problem. That's a similar type of a problem with the story.
93% capacity.
And if we were going to be dealing with the literal Mephisto and the forces of hell and about... So what the show ended up becoming was about deals with the devil, temptations of the devil. When the rest of the show was about Riri's personal growth and overcoming anxiety and trauma and not running away from your problems. Those two themes don't really mesh well. And it doesn't mesh well because there wasn't a lot of lead up. There wasn't a lot of preparation for it. So I wish it had more preparation, but it didn't. And the show is now over. I'm assuming the show creators were planning for another season, or perhaps exploring this theme of temptation of the devil and corruption based on, you know, the corruption of Riri from her deals with the devil, you know, in like a movie or a different series or in the sequel, or yeah. But I would have preferred it if they wait, is this? Oh yeah, Scalzi. Yeah, I mean, I would have just preferred it if they... It might have been better if they just stuck to one theme. Instead of trying to introduce a different theme at the very end. Just get rid of Mephisto. And if it had just ended that way, where it was Riri, you know, with all the conflicts that she had with her family, with herself, dealing with her grief and anxieties, and learning to overcome them. That was great. Is it an original story? No. Were we expecting a crazy original story from a Disney series? No. If it had ended that way, it would have been a very decent, a very acceptable story, superhero story, competently shot and made for young adults, and that's perfectly fine, right? That's actually what the show, I think, was supposed to be. It's meant for young adults. It's meant to tell a, you know, a bit of a modern take on a traditional story about a hero's growth, personal development, learning to be a better person. Great. We don't need Mephisto. Or if you really want to do that in another season. Don't just spring that up on the audience at the very end, in like literally the last 10 minutes. Literally.
Lincoln, Charlie, Yankee, Rob. Please comply with flight regulations as you approach the station, Commander.
Because I like Mephisto. Oh yeah. Mephisto is played by Sacha Baron Cohen, the Borat guy. Now, I don't like the Borat series because I disagree with the idea that you have to deceive people to get truthful reactions from people, at least when it comes to like pseudo journalism, which is what Borat... I don't know why Borat relies on deception. I just don't think deception has any place in public media whatsoever. Unless it's for like a little joke. For jokes, it's fine, but Borat is something else, and you know what I mean. Yeah, so despite all my problems with Borat, I think Sacha Baron Cohen is actually a very good actor.
Ready to engage auto dock sequence.
I was so surprised when he did a really good job with I believe it was a Netflix show called The Spy, where he played a real life, where he played a character based on a real life Israeli spy back in the 60s, back in the 1960s. He's a fantastic actor, and I wish he would stop doing stupid shit like Borat and do more like serious acting. But anyways, Borat is Mephisto, and you know, he does a little bit of Nick Cage, like a very subdued version of it. But still, it's fine. I thought he was pretty good as Mephisto. Why am I talking about Sacha Baron Cohen?
Can we hurry this up, please, officer?
Yeah, it's just overall, I would say it was actually a quite decent effort by Marvel and Disney. I think it is certainly better than all the Disney shows that have come out so far. That's including Captain America and the Winter Soldier, She-Hulk. Oh my God, was that? Wait, there were like more.
Your Type 9 Heavy is now at maximum fuel capacity.
Wait, Captain America and the Winter Soldier, She-Hulk. What else was there? I'm not including Daredevil because that's like the continuation of Netflix's original show. Wait, was that the only fucking Marvel?
Local market information refresh received. You can sell your mineral extractors for a profit of nearly 810,000 credits. The local market is selling silver at a good price, as well as gold and palladium.
Okay, fine. It's actually Loki's a little bit better though. Loki season 1. No, season 2, much better. Loki season 2 introduced a lot of like poetic storytelling that is missing in a lot of Marvel stories. So they do get bonus points for that. I would say it sits behind Loki, but above everything else. I'm trying to remember all the Marvel TV series in order. Yeah, in order. Oh, WandaVision. Ah, shit, I forgot about that one. What If? I don't really count that. That's like an anthology or like a spin-off. Hawkeye. Right, Hawkeye. Moon Knight. Oh god, these were so forgettable. I'm sorry, it was okay. They're just like mostly just like nothing really captured the audience's imagination, I suppose, or their interest. Moonlight was, yeah, Moonlight, Hawkeye. Oh, Miss Marvel, right? She-Hulk. Secret Invasion, absolutely terrible. Echo, right? Agatha All Along, I haven't seen that one, but oh. Ironheart. Yet again, being review bombed. Yeah, Ironheart is getting review bombed. It's currently at 3.8 stars out of 10 on IMDb. That is being review bombed. That show is not a 3.8 show. You're joking. You're actually joking. It's like a decent 7 or like a 6.8. Where just like, fine, it's acceptable for young adults. Fine. To give it a 3.8? Okay, boys. It's all the same shit every time there's like a fucking... never mind. I'm not gonna get into politics of it. I think my personal... I don't like giving points because I think it's meaningless. I would rather prefer people to just talk about the themes of a story. What they how they interacted with the story, rather than like, oh, give it a point, like a star out of 5. How many stars out of 5 or 10? I think if you're judging it based on its technical aspects, that makes more sense. But when you're talking about narrative aspects, I don't think it makes a lot of sense. But if I had to give it a star on IMDb, I would say it's like a 7. It's a 7. Not 3.8. Do you know how terrible a film has to be, a series has to be a 3.8? Get the fuck out of here. It is not a 3.8. Oh yeah, we gotta stop with the review bombing, people.
We don't have to do this.
It's fucking dumb. I'm so surprised that it's getting review bombed this heavily. Holy shit, 3.8? That's even lower than when She-Hulk was getting review bombed. She-Hulk? Yeah, She-Hulk was definitely messier than Ironheart or even Miss Marvel as a story. I would say She-Hulk was like a 6. Like a 6. It's like, I wish delved more into the... I wish there was like a more juicier central story to She-Hulk. I think it tried way too hard to be a little bit too frivolous and light-hearted, it seems. When the people associated the Hulk, I guess the idea of Hulk to be somewhat somber and quite serious because of their exposure to the Bruce Banner story. You know, Bruce Banner's, like even the original TV shows, like way back in the was it the 90s? The Hulk, the TV show, or was it the 80s? You know, it's a very sad, almost depressing show because of the way Bruce Banner's character has been written, right? Because he was the Hulk, because of his uncontrollable rage, he felt isolated from everyone else. He found himself to be a danger to everyone around him. He was ashamed of his anger, of his Hulk. And so he became a wanderer, lonely, depressed, you know, trying to figure out how to control his anger. Yeah. So because we associate that with the Hulk, when She-Hulk came out and they tried to bring a different energy, it felt flippant.
I've got a schedule to keep.
It felt like they weren't treating the idea of Hulk seriously, even though She-Hulk tried to weave in somewhat of a more serious elements.
We don't have to do this.
Serious elements of like centered around being a woman in the modern age. Fine. Lean into it. I think they should just lean into that a lot more, but in a much more serious way. You know? There was a clash of, I would say, it was like a vibe clash, right? There were different vibes going on. It didn't fit well. The vibe of Hulk versus the vibe of what the She-Hulk writers wanted the show to be, which was too unserious, although they tried to make it serious. So it's, yeah, I would say there were like a lot of tone issues in She-Hulk. I get it. That's why I think it should get like a 6. Bros, Ironheart is not 3.8. Get your fucking heads out your asses. 3.8 means it's like the Room level in terms of films. Or Winnie the Pooh, Blood and Honey. Like, that's like below 5s or below 4s even. Ridiculous. 3.8. This is why no one takes review bombing seriously. Like, what? Because you give such a low figure or low rating for a show that doesn't deserve it. How the fuck is anyone going to take you seriously when you genuinely find a film or a story you think really deserves a low rating, but no one's going to take you seriously anymore because you give out low ratings so frivolously. You are literally devaluing your own opinions by being so ridiculous. Because all you want to do is just express how mad you are at certain things about a show. I don't like these things about... Like, there were things I didn't like about Ironheart, which I've just talked about for the past hour. Holy shit, have I been talking about this for an hour? Anyways. But that doesn't mean you devalue all the other stuff in the fucking show.
Course plotted. Full control reestablished.
Ship released. Restrict speed until clear of the station perimeter.
Like, I'll be perfectly honest. So let me give you an example why this is like a bad case of review bombing. There's a show that I really wanted to like. I really did. And it was Avatar: The Last Airbender, the live action version. It wasn't good. The live action series wasn't good. And you know what that show got? It's got a 7.2 on IMDb. I think Ironheart is a better show than Avatar: The Last Airbender, this series. Because it was more coherent and consistent and fucking... It had more of a complete story. And technically, the technical aspects of this show are much better than Avatar: The Last Airbender. In terms of like the cinematography and editing and what have you. And like I said, this show in my opinion, gets about a 7, which is somewhat on par with what people gave with Avatar: The Last Airbender. It's got 7.2. I wouldn't give it... Yeah, it's fine. Both are like in the 7s, the early 7 ranges, you know? So 7, 7.1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I think that's fair for both shows. I personally think Ironheart is slightly better than Avatar: The Last Airbender. The live action, please. The original show was a legendary film, legendary series. Probably one of my favorite animated stories of all time. Because of the way it was such a masterful way to tell a story for children. It is perhaps one of the best children's shows I've ever seen. And it's still very much enjoyable for adults as well.
Maximum fuel.
But the live action, it had some problems, guys. But it didn't have too much of a problem to be considered like a below 6 or below or like a 5. So when you're comparing Ironheart to Avatar: The Last Airbender, the live action series, and you're saying Ironheart is a 3.8, whereas Avatar: The Last Airbender's live action is 7.2, does that make sense? No, I don't think so. I think Ironheart
Fuel reserves are at
is getting
85%.
review bombed to hell on IMDb. And I don't care what you say. If you do review bombs like that, you're a fucking idiot. There's no better way to tell everyone that you don't actually engage with media in a healthy way than to go around review bombing. That's sad. It's so sad. I hope Amazon... IMDb is operated by Amazon, right? Yeah, didn't they buy it years ago? Yeah, I hope they just remove the review bombs. Because that's just silly. Bro, I have been watching films for 30 years of my life. I've watched quite a bit of films and TV shows. Considerably more so than most people, because I was homeschooled. So I had a lot of time to watch a lot of stuff. Ironheart is not a 3.8. Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out. The reason why I give Ironheart rather decent marks compared to all the other Marvel shows that I've seen is because it actually had a complete story. The first season actually has a complete story arc, except for Mephisto's surprise story at the end, which is why I said I didn't like that part. If they had just gotten rid of the Mephisto part and saved it for like the next season, you know, start a complete arc dedicated to that theme.
Maximum fuel.
Oh, much better, much better. But even with Mephisto, even with that surprise ending, it actually had a complete story. Is it a fantastic story? No, it's a very traditional, conventional story about a young adult trying to learn from her mistakes, overcoming her anxieties and trauma. Good. And also beginning to understand her true motivations for becoming Ironheart. You know, she watched her loved ones die. She felt helpless, and she tried to deny that motivation from herself. But then she worked through that with her family. Great, that's a good story. That's a good moral, that's a good story, heroic story. And so she can become Ironheart for real. Because she can become someone who protects other people as well. Right? They were setting it up, and it was starting to pay off. Boom, Mephisto. You know, but you get what I mean. They did dedicate a significant part of the season to the main story arc, and they did go through all the steps of setting it up, resolving the conflict, and there was sort of a payoff. And that's a bit hard to see in a Marvel show where a lot of the story arcs do not finish within a season, because they drag it the fuck out over multiple seasons, or like through through cameo appearances in other films and TV shows. I don't like that. I don't like that. You know, the interconnectedness was supposed to be a bonus. It's not supposed to be the main part of how you tell a story.
Dropping near Rushworth Station.
But yeah. Oh, that is so sad. I hope the people who are involved in Ironheart don't take the review bombing to heart. I can only imagine if people are review bombing this hard on IMDb, they're also doing that stupid shit where they send hate mails, hate messages on Twitter and whatever the fuck to the actual actors and the show creators. Nah, dude. 3.8. You got it. I just can't wrap my head around how low that score is. Holy shit.
Automated docking ready, Commander.
Docking request approved. Plot route for approach to landing pad 2 and 5. Automated approach engaged.
By the way, my understanding of the IMDb scale is that above a 7.5, you're starting to say it's actually good. Above 8, you're saying you're saying it's quite good. Above a 9, you're saying it's great. Right? So it's like above 7.5 is when you start to go, I don't really see any really flaws or issues with the film. The gripes are minor. Starting from 7, you're saying it's decent. So 7 to 7.5, that's decent. Below a 7 is when you start to get into problematic territory. So anything in the 6 range, you're saying, okay, there should be some sort of a quite obvious and irreconcilable flaws with the show, such as like tactical issues like cinematography, editing, sound design, issues with CGI, issues with the script that's like difficult to just ignore or overlook. In the 5s range, you're saying it's bad. Below a 5, you're saying there is something so wrong with this particular show or film that you're not only just critiquing it in terms of technical expertise, you are now saying there was something fundamentally wrong with how it was made. Not only how it was made, but why it was made. Because below a 5, you start. I think when you start giving something below 5, you're entering moral argument territory. You're saying there was something morally or ethically wrong with the film or show. It has to be that bad, or like it has to be comically badly produced, like the film, The Room, right? The Room, considered to be one of the worst films ever made. How much? What's the star for The Room? It's a 3.6. So yeah, to all the people who are fucking review bombing Ironheart right now on IMDb, are you fucking telling everyone else to take your reviews seriously? That Ironheart is on the same technical and storytelling level as The Room? Are you fucking kidding me? This is why it's called review bombing, what you're doing to Ironheart, and this is why no one takes you seriously. Bro, just don't watch media then. No one needs your review bombing. Fuck off.
Your Type 9 Heavy is now at maximum fuel capacity.
Everyone else is able to have intelligent I'm not an intelligent person. I don't do intelligent conversations, but you know what I mean. We can hold civilized discussions about some of the problems we had with a certain media, like a film or a TV show. We can also talk about what we think they did okay, what they did right, what they didn't do right. We can have these conversations without review bombing. And this is why review bombers get accused of having ulterior motivations for review bombing other than their critique of technical or storytelling elements of a show, like misogyny, racism, other sorts of politically motivated, politically related motivations for review bombing. That's why you get those accusations. And for a lot of these review bombers, probably correct to assume that that's the case, because my god, if you think The Room is on the same par as Ironheart, you're a fucking moron. Just don't watch media. Just don't watch it. You obviously hate the media art form overall, if you're that wrong. Now who's being divisive and extreme? That's me. Yeah. Anyways, what was I doing? Oh yeah, making money. 450 million. Oh, did I really only just do one trading run this whole time? Oh man, that is so disappointing. I'm so sorry to the crew who made Ironheart. Like, it takes a lot of fucking work to make something like that.
Changes obtained. You can sell your bauxite
and to be criticized for something,
21.5 million credits.
to receive unfair criticism like that,
price, as well as marine equipment and thermal cooling units.
That sucks. You know? Oh shit, did I just sell it? I'm sorry, I'm a little distracted with this discussion here. I should do what I did yesterday, which is just not buy these like less profitable items when I'm going back to the sourcing station.
Course set. Docking clamps free.
Ship is released. Take care when leaving the station.
Fuck, didn't Acolyte get, like, I know Acolyte got review bombed, but did they get review bombed to this extent? I thought when they got review bombed, they were like, the show's rating on IMDb was like in the 5s region or something, like 5 stars, between 5 stars or 6 stars. It wasn't like in the 3s. Like, this is pretty fucking severe. I haven't seen a show with that low of an IMDb rating. What the fuck? What was the Acolyte? They might have removed some of these like review bombs. Oh, it's got a 4.2. Okay. So that's the general score range people could try to get to when they're review bombing. Okay. Acolyte, I would give it. I would give it a 6. Once again, I didn't like it. I didn't like not once again. I didn't like Acolyte. But I don't think it deserves a below 5. And certainly not for the reasons that people give it. No. I think the problem with the Acolyte was actually there are a lot of problems with Acolyte, but I don't mind the fact that they tried to be a bit more morally ambiguous. Like they were trying to like explore some of the possible like themes associated with, okay, Jedi, they're all just people, they also make terrible mistakes. It's like a exploration of some of the problems with a militant organization that is focused in a religious doctrine that emphasizes asceticism. Okay, that's an interesting take on Star Wars. Fine. I don't like how they did it, in the sense that a lot of the mistakes, the so-called mistakes the Jedis make in that story, didn't really fit well with how these characters were supposed to be. You know, the guy, the white guy. And because that show has a lot of diverse characters, you'll know exactly who I'm talking about when I say the white guy Jedi. Like, what was his problem, right? He got assigned to a very boring, very mundane mission in a very far off, almost uninhabited planet, and he was homesick. The problem with that was, yeah, it was a problem for me too, because, okay, I thought the Jedis were like indoctrinated at a very young age. They went through rather intense physical and mental training all the time, right? They were trained to be political and military advisors to the Republic. And they would routinely chop people's heads off with their lightsabers, right? In combat. That's what they were training to become. They were training to become soldiers. Yeah, the Jedi Order is a paramilitary organization, isn't it? In that universe. So, you know, does it really make sense that this guy would whine about this full grown-ass Jedi, who seems to be, I think was supposed to be like in his early 20s or something, I guess, in terms of Star Wars humanoid age, that he would be complaining about being homesick on his like one of his first missions? Yeah, I didn't buy it either, so that the motivation was really lacking. It didn't make a whole lot of sense given my understanding of the Star Wars lore and universe, which is not deep at all. I'm not a huge Star Wars fan. I actually don't like Star Wars as a franchise, but that's for another topic, right? That's another topic. But yes, even to me, it seemed like it was a pretty weak motivation, and it seemed a bit out of character for a fully grown-ass man. Even a grown-ass man or a grown-ass person, man or woman, like, this is the Jedi Order, right? How did he get
Your
homesick
Type
that
9 Heavy
easily?
is now fully refueled.
And how, the more important question is, how are they so bitter about that assignment that they would accept like the invitation from the fucking dark side, or not the dark side, but like the local force user, right? How fucking weak-willed do you have to be? And also, if you were that weak-willed, wouldn't Master Yoda just sniff this shit out and come and talk to you when you were like 12 years old? Yeah, I get it. I wasn't persuaded by the initial story elements, like how they set up these characters. I also didn't like the fact that the main character and the twins, so both the twins blamed the Asian guy. I'm sorry, he's the Squid Game guy. I don't know his name. He's a Korean actor. I should know his name, but like, I feel like the twins were unreasonably harsh on that Jedi. Like, clearly that Jedi, the Korean Jedi, I'll just call him the Korean Jedi. When that accident happened that led to the tragic, you know, death and destruction of their home, and also the event that led the main character to think that her sister was dead, clearly the guy didn't mean it. Clearly he had no ill intentions. It was a very tragic misunderstanding between the local inhabitants and the Jedis, which happened in a way that I wasn't also persuaded by. But clearly he didn't deserve all that much vitriol from the twins, which meant the twins were being unreasonable, which meant, were they supposed to be like anti-heroes? Because I don't think the show set up themselves in such a way that the twins would be anti-heroes, or the actual like protagonist antagonist, like the bad guy antagonist, like Sopranos, like quintessential bad person as a main antagonist, a main protagonist. I'm sorry. I don't think the show was setting itself up for that direction as well. So when the twins make that simultaneous decision to absolutely shit on this guy, which I think was very unfair, given all the shit that happened in that event, I just couldn't find myself agreeing with the main character's understanding of the situation, unless the main character was supposed to be bad. Once again, if that were the case, I would have liked the show to give more of a consistent messaging from the beginning. Like, there wasn't a lot of setup to indicate that she was going to be like this completely unreasonable person. Like, her turn towards the dark side makes very little sense to me. Unless she was just like a stupid, bigoted person who was just full of hate and whatever, right? And if you were going down that route, I would have liked a little bit more of a setup. Once again, setup.
Arriving at Scalziport.
Because yeah, the audience has like the suspension of disbelief. We are watching a Star Wars show, like story about a Star Wars universe. Sure, there's suspension of disbelief, but we still want somewhat of a coherent storyline, somewhat of a persuasive narrative, right? For us to get into it and to delve with these themes and ideas in a much more personal way. But it's hard to do it when the characters are being too unreasonable for no good reason.
Oh, no, you don't.
So yeah, as you can see, I didn't like Acolyte. Do I review bomb it? No. No. I often find it better to talk about what are the areas that you would have liked the show to have worked on more. Like, how would you imagine in your mind how it could have been improved? You know, if you were like the producer or the writer or the director, what would you say? What would you say, okay, maybe we should work on this part a little bit more? What are the parts that seem to work despite all the other flaws? You know, having a normal ass constructive discussion about a show.
Auto dock ready.
I will not even discuss the racism and the sexism that was very much a real part of the review bombing of Star Wars. Because that's fucking, that's, no. Get the fuck out. But yeah. The Acolyte should get lower stars compared to Ironheart, because that show also had like a really uneven story pacing. It did feel boring a lot of the times with that show. Ironheart at least spreads out the narrative. Like, the narrative structure in Ironheart is more traditional and conventional, and it actually does try to hit all the right notes at the right time. Although it does feel a little bit dragged out, but not as dragged out as all the other shows. That's why I give it a 7. It's like, okay, fine, it's decent. Young adults might like it. That's good.
Refuel. Market information refresh obtained. You can sell your mineral extractors for a profit of over 808,000 credits. The local market is selling silver at a good price, as well as gold and palladium.
I wonder when review bombings started. So when I was like in college, I don't think review bombings were this severe and frequent. What's the very first instance of a review bombing campaign that I've seen?
Docking clamps free.
Oh shit, no, not Miss Marple. Wait, was it Miss Marple? Captain Marvel. That might have been one of the earliest review bombed Marvel films or contemporary films. I think I remember. Yeah, you guys remember Captain Marvel and how that got review bombed? Like, I saw Captain Marvel. It was boring, but only because we've seen the same story told in a similar way multiple times. Not because there were like major technical issues with the film, or because it had like a glaring problem with the narrative. If anything, it was too boilerplate. It was too conventional. It was too safe. But you don't review, like, you don't give it like 5 stars because of that. You would say, okay, it's just so so traditional, so conventional, it's like a 6. Or no, not even a 6. I would just give it a 7. It's just a 7. It's just a fucking action superhero film.
Fuel levels at 95%. Refueled.
Was there a film or a TV show that got review bombed before Captain Marvel? Captain Marvel was what, 2016 or something? 2017? Did people review bomb Black Widow? I don't think there was a review bombing of Black Widow, was there?
Fuel reserves are now at 94% capacity, Commander.
Oh shit, maybe Star Wars the latest, so Star Wars episode 7, which is the first one with the story of Rey. Did that get review bombed? I don't think it got review bombed. It was just like there was a lot of like polemic online discussion about the main character being a woman and whatnot. And and Finn, the stormtrooper who's black. Okay. Yeah, but I don't think it was a review bombed, right? It was just like just a bunch of noise online. I know Captain Marvel actually got review bombed. I just can't remember anything earlier than Captain Marvel. Yeah. It's sad when you see it happen over and over again. Review bombing. And then there are people who try to defend it, and it's like... No. There is no place in... There is no place in our... in the civilized part of the internet for review bombing. You can give it a low rating if you want, but I'm going to make that fucking comparison. If you give Ironheart a 3.8, I'm gonna bring up the room and I'm gonna ask you, what is your rating for the room? And how in the world are you going to convince me and everyone else who have watched films since they were like fucking children for decades that you think The Room is on par with Ironheart? There is no place for review bombing when it comes to media art. You can give it a scathing review, right? But not a review bombing. That's just fucking mob mentality bullshit. And all it tells me is that you actually just hate media. You hate films, you hate storytelling. Man, I've seen so many YouTube channels like who primarily deal with like film reviewers and people who talk about films and media on YouTube. Not all of them, some of them defend review bombings. They're not they do say, oh, the review bombing itself is not bad, but they do have some valid criticisms. It's like, no, there's no place for review bombing, none whatsoever. And you don't have to defend the actions of other people, just fucking don't do it. And since you're the YouTuber, tell me about what you thought were some of the problematic elements and how you would, you know, engage with this media with other people, because that's what reviewers do. Reviewers aren't fucking graders. They're not homework graders for filmmakers. Reviewers are people who are also trying to engage with other people through their discussion about the film that they saw, dealing with the elements. And what reviewers do is they introduce us to their own internal discussions that they had with the films, and that becomes content for us too. You know, we watch how they interact, how they delve into the film's themes, elements, and so on and so forth. So just tell us that. Don't defend review bombing. It's so silly. It's like, oh, not all review bombers hate women. Yeah, but like, just, bro. You do understand that, but that is a huge part of review bombing, right? Have you seen the reviews? Yeah, don't even try to defend it. Just say don't do it and then carry on. Don't have to defend it.
Automated docking ready, Commander.
Automated approach engaged.
Oh yeah, let me tell you about another Marvel thing I saw last night. Thunderbolts. So yeah, if you want an example of how I would review a bad film, let's talk about Thunderbolts. I don't want to review it. No, it's not a review. I just want to talk about it because even though I didn't like it, I still want to talk about it, and talking about it is part of how we engage with the media and other people. I like the way they tried to focus on Yelena. So once again, it's a spoiler discussion. If you haven't watched it, I'm sorry, but it's not like are we really gonna care about Thunderbolts? I mean, do you really care about spoilers for the Thunderbolts? I think a lot of people already have made up their minds about what Thunderbolts was going to be. Right? So I don't care if you're spoiled for this one.
Fuel at maximum.
Because I don't think it's going to change your mind. So Thunderbolts. I watched some... I had seen some trailers before its release. And Thunderbolts...
Impossible.
You know, it seemed to everyone like a lower grade Avengers film. Like the original Avengers film by Joss Whedon. Everyone kind of, I guess a lot of people, I also expected the Thunderbolts to be like a lower grade, like lower budget, right? Avengers film. And in a lot of ways it was, for me. But I think it was even lower budget than I expected. So one of the problems I had... Okay, let's talk about the positives. I like the fact that the story tried to make it a bit more personal to Yelena. We start off with Yelena, and like she's kind of stuck in a rut in life. After Black Widow's death, she's just been doing these like meaningless missions for this person she doesn't even like,
profit of over 21.5 million credits.
and she feels kind of empty in life.
Selling onion head gamma strain at a good price, as well as marine equipment and thermal cooling units.
Rashworth. So yeah, I'm not gonna buy these medical equipment. I'm gonna go back to Li Xinghua. Yeah, I did like it. They try to make it a little bit more personal and a little bit more heartfelt. And I didn't know much about Yelena's character aside from her brief appearance in Hawkeye. So I thought this was okay. You know, Yelena seems like an interesting character. I was willing to see. And Yelena's centering around Yelena as she goes through the events of the film, I would say was the strongest part of the story and the film. And I wish it would have been a bit more fleshed out than what it became in the end. I actually was quite enjoying the film until the halfway point. I actually liked it. I was pleasantly surprised. They did a lot of proper setups for the characters, especially Yelena and Walker. And it was Yelena, Walker, and also how they introduced the Sentry and how his powers work. I thought that was very good. I thought it was very conveyed competently, and it was quite interesting to be looking more at the psychological aspects, the emotional aspects of these characters, and how that was something closely related to this Sentry character, which I didn't know anything about.
Course set.
What surprised me though was, despite having set up all these elements, after having what I would consider to be a relatively strong start, the climax and the conclusion was a bit strange. It was very strange. And it was strange because it felt really, really low budget. Like, it was as if the production team literally did not have enough money to do a proper climax and a conclusion to the story. And it was so strange because this was, I guess, even though it was supposed to be like a downgraded version of the Avengers, from Marvel, from the company's standpoint, they would invest somewhat of a decent budget, right? But it felt like they didn't have any budget left near the when the film started approaching about 70% of the film. It felt like they ran out of money, which I think was a small pool to begin with, because the action sequences were so short. It was so limited too. The choreography was so simple, camera work was so simple, the stage design was so simple. The extra dimensional space where Sentry had pulled everyone into, you know, it was a series of rooms, right? So each room would be like a room of shame for everyone trapped in Sentry's void or whatever. Yeah, but they turned into a literal room So what they had was like just small sets, and we see these characters go around small sets, and we can see that it's a set because they literally made it into a small room with like a painted background for walls. And I was like, I thought this was a Marvel superhero action film. Why are we doing this like
Fuel reserves are now at 99%.
really low budget method of conveying these types of spaces? Like, it felt like the Thunderbolts had a smaller budget than the Mandalorian. The Mandalorian used state-of-the-art graphics and filmic techniques to convey a sense of scale and continuity in the background through the use of Unreal Engine and like clever use of like 3D space as like a 3D digital space. Like, the Mandalorian was technically very impressive because of that underlying technology that they used. They really couldn't stretch a little bit more for the Thunderbolts, really. They had to use actual like small ass sets with painted background walls to show like a person's inner psyche. Is that all we can stretch for, really? So that was really weird, and I felt like it robbed the story of a proper confrontation with Century and a proper conclusion. And let me talk about the conclusion. It was very bland. It was very sudden too, like, and it was a little bit ridiculous
Now at 100%
that.
capacity.
So the bad guy is the CIA director. I believe it's Tina. Was it Julia Dreyfus or Tina Fey? I always confuse the two. I believe it's Julia Dreyfus and not Tina Fey. So she's the bad guy. She's a CIA director. We've seen her in Captain America and the Winter Soldier. Typical bad guy stuff. Okay. There's no real confrontation with her. Not really. The confrontation is with Sentry, and once that was over, they try to go and arrest the CIA director. I forgot Fontaine. Fontaine. That's the character's name, Fontaine. So they go and try to arrest Fontaine at the very end, after they managed to help Sentry. So they didn't really fight Sentry; they just helped him. But then Fontaine gets away with it by running into a group of reporters and announcing the Thunderbolts as a new superhero group and try to pass it off as it was her idea. Now let's think about the story here. Fontaine is a CIA director who ran illegal human experiments that killed multiple people illegally. And Sentry was someone who got life-altering powers, like life-altering, world-shatteringly powerful abilities because of this illegal experimentation in which, like, she tried to kill him like twice. Fontaine tried to kill Sentry twice. First time because she thought he was a failure as a test subject. Second time when he tried to defy her. So we have Fontaine, a mass murderer and a corrupt CIA director.
Dropping at Scalziport.
Whose actions almost led to a complete destruction of New York. Because Sentry lost control of his dark side, right? His powers amplified his sense of insecurity and depression, and sort of like his alter ego that was doing all these bad things. Like, everyone could have died in New York, and you're telling me that Yelena, who seemed to show a very strong moral compass, right? Yeah, she did bad things, but her regret, her sense of shame about her past is rooted in her current moral compass. She feels awful about what she did and what she was forced to go through as a child. And her father, the Red Guardian, lovable guy, right? Seems to be a very decent guy. Comically, you know, has a comical level of bravado, sure, but he's a really good guy, heartfelt guy even. We have Barnes, who went through all that shit, and he's trying to redeem himself and trying to be like a more centered person now, who became a congressperson, trying to do the right thing, right? And we have
Your scan is
Walker.
clear.
Sure,
Carry on with your
he's not the
journey,
most
Commander.
stand-up guy, but the story kind of glossed over his redemption arc. But yeah, sure, he did redeem himself, right? I'm talking about the very end. And we have Ghost, who should fucking hate all these like shadowy, you know, megalomaniac,
Automated docking ready.
Set down on landing pad 10.
people who run illegal experimentations and all these like illegal stuff, because she was also a victim of that, right? We have all these people who should hate Desfontaine, the main villain, to the bone. It should be almost uncontainable hatred towards this character. All these characters were designed to hate this person. And what's more is that their hate is justified because Desfontaine is a horrible person. And they got all of the evidence of Desfontaine's wrongdoing. In fact, that was Bucky Barnes's motivation for joining the Thunderbolts. He was trying to gather evidence to stop Desfontaine and put her into prison. Bro, when Desfontaine tries to get away by announcing the Thunderbolts as like a group, what the fuck? She announces the Thunderbolts into a group of reporters. And somehow, this group of very strong-willed, very capable people,
Docking
whose
complete.
primary motivation throughout the entire film was to arrest and either kill Desfontaine or put her away into prison forever, suddenly keeps mum about all her wrongdoings because she said they were the Thunderbolts, the new Avengers, and she lied about having spent all that time creating this Thunderbolt group to protect America. What? Arrest her. Why didn't they? They could have just arrested her and just said, oh yeah, she's lying through her teeth because we have found all of this evidence of her wrongdoing, undeniable evidence. We're gonna make sure she gets a fair we're gonna make sure she gets a fair trial, which she is going to lose because the evidence is overwhelming. And she's gonna go to prison for the rest of her life because she killed so many people, endangered so many lives, did so many illegal things, right? And you do that, and then you turn around and say, oh, by the way, we're the Thunderbolts, and this is what we do. Cheesy, I know, but it makes a whole lot more sense than just having Desfontaine get away with it. What are you talking about? What do you mean? They just don't say anything about her wrongdoings. And they just... What?
Your Type 9 Heavy repaired.
I was a bit
Maximum fuel.
confused about what happened at the very end, because it was so incomprehensible to me that that would work, that Desfontaine could get away with it just by lying that she was the one who was working. So all that time when people were suspecting DeFontaine of doing illegal things, she said, "Oh, that was me trying to set up the Thunderbolts." That was it. She didn't provide any evidence. There was like no accusations of wrongdoing. No, nothing. The Thunderbolts just like didn't say anything. Yelena didn't say anything. What? Bucky Barnes didn't say anything, and he just like they decided to use that as a way to blackmail DeFontaine into letting them become the Thunderbolts and just doing Thunderbolt stuff. But isn't the Thunderbolt supposed to be a more grounded, I guess, and a less slightly public-facing Avengers? Bro, your job is to get DeFontaine. Your moral grounds for setting up the Thunderbolts completely undermines everything the Thunderbolts will do from now on, because how can you let DeFontaine go? And the weird thing is, even Sentry is okay with it. Like, DeFontaine tried to kill Sentry twice. I'm not saying kill DeFontaine, just fucking arrest her. Arrest her. So, yes. The ending was very, very bad, in my opinion. It was certainly a choice. But mainly because mainly because I don't like the fact that the show undermined the moral integrity of the Thunderbolts to that extent, right? Because I thought that was the premise, the initial setup. These were morally compromised people who felt deep shame, regret, and self-pity, and they were trying to overcome that. And in a lot of ways, Yelena sort of did, or at least she started on her journey towards becoming a better version of herself. Great. And then what does the finale do? It completely undermines her moral journey, like her moral development. So that's probably my biggest gripe with the Thunderbolts, is the way it ended, and with the way that they had the Thunderbolts let DeFontaine go, and essentially the Thunderbolts blackmailed DeFontaine for her funding, I guess, and political cover. Yeah, it's I don't agree with that choice. What the fuck am I doing here? Scalzi, bauxite, yeah. And yeah, so my two problems were what seemed to be like a really limited budget for the Thunderbolts in terms of like actually filming stuff. The action sequences and the set design at the end, like the last 40% of the film, felt like they had severely limited budget. Which was very odd if it's true. And I would really like to listen to the discussion at Disney that led to that decision. And another thing was how they ended. How they ended the story,
selling silver at a good price, as well
and
as
how they set up the Thunderbolts. Because the next time I see Thunderbolts, the only thing I'll be thinking about is how they just let DeFontaine go. Now, how are these characters are supposed to like morally reconcile with that fact? You know? Because I actually really like the character of Yelena. I think what was her name? Florence Pugh, was it? It wasn't Florence. Was it Florence Pugh, the actress who plays Yelena? Yeah, it's Florence Pugh. I thought she did a really good job with Yelena. And so I was kind of drawn into this character of Yelena. Not anymore. Like, what the fuck? just the ending kind of ruined all the initial setups that the film did, and that was disappointing. So I would give it a 6. If I had to give it a rating, I'll give it a 6. I believe there were production issues, which merits a lower score. And also the ending was problematic. At least these are the... Yeah, I didn't like the ending. Because of the problems that I talked about. Alright, let's make some money. Almost at 500 mil. Good. Oof. Yeah, but once again, do you see me going around review bombing? No. Don't review bomb. It only makes you look like an asshole, and if you review bomb, it's you being an asshole.
Course late in.
I hope they... Oh, care package. I hope they can work on the characters a bit more, if they ever get the chance to. Whoever, like, it probably won't be the same writers who work on the next... Who might work on the next Thunderbolts or spin-offs or solo films for these characters. I hope they address this story. Because it's such a weird way for the characters to... It was such a weird decision for the characters to make. I don't know, maybe they can just like sweep it under the rug and pretend that it didn't happen. But man, it's always gonna be in my mind now. Whenever I see the Thunderbolts in a different film, whatever good that they're trying to do, I'll be like, bro, DeFontaine, you didn't even arrest her. Are you fucking kidding me? Yeah. I just don't understand why they did that. I don't understand. Do they... Oh, wait. I think I might... Okay, here's a hypothesis. It's just a theory. A game theory. No, never mind. Yeah, my hypothesis. DeFontaine has to be in the story because she becomes part of a story device in a future Marvel film or series. So they needed her out about in the world. And so they came up with this ridiculous forced ending where she doesn't go to jail. Maybe that's it. So maybe I can't even really blame the writers of the Thunderbolts film because they didn't have a choice. Right? I bet corporate was like, no, you gotta keep her out and about in the world because she's a character in a upcoming Marvel film or project. And so we can't have her in prison. So you gotta do something. And then the writers might be like, what the fuck? How the fuck are we supposed to save DeFontaine here? Like, does she just like run away? Or does she go in front of a group of journalists and the press, lie about creating the Thunderbolts, hoping that the Thunderbolts would keep mum about all her evil shit just to remain the Thunderbolts? Good idea. Maybe that's actually what happened. Yeah, like there's a requirement that DeFontaine, the character, has to be alive and about in the world, as a politician, as a CIA director in the universe, because that character has to be used somewhere else. Motherfuckers, the Thunderbolts takes precedence. Can you really not change a little bit of the story here? Like, the Thunderbolts takes precedence because it was going to be released sooner. Just adapt your story. Or is there like an actor contract that they can't back out of now? Because they got Julia Dreyfus. It's Julia Dreyfus, right? I feel like she's like a really popular actress. What the fuck is? Once again, I always confuse Julia Dreyfus with Tina Fey. Is it just me or do they look similar? Yeah, I think it's Julia Dreyfus. Yeah. She's DeFontaine. Julia Louis Dreyfus. So maybe they have like a actors, like they have a contract with her, and so she has to be in the in a future film somewhat, in an upcoming film. And I don't know why they made that choice. It cheapened the whole. It undermined the entire film so badly. God, and it was such a small. It was such a. They really didn't have any other way of dealing with DeFontaine. They could have just made her run away. Why couldn't just make DeFontaine run away? Why did they have to do that? Man, I would really like to hear what the writer or the director said about this issue. So yeah, I give it a 6 out of 10. Only because I like the beginning 50%. If the beginning 50% was also mediocre, I would have given it like... No, you know what? 6 is a little bit too tough. I would say it's like 6.5. Okay, 6.5. If the beginning wasn't as good, it would have gone to like a 6. Yeah, I'll give it a 6.5. It's got some problems that's a bit hard to ignore. Overall, it is a film. It's got most of the elements right. Or at least most of the elements are present. And the story is somewhat coherent. Like, it's somewhat coherent, and in the beginning, it seemed to be a promising start. It's just, it missed the mark at the ending. And also the climactic fight. The confrontation. I think the confrontation could have been a bit more involved. But it wasn't. Would have liked to have seen a bit more of an emotionally invested scene for Century's like childhood. All we get are like these glimpses of it, and I wish they could have dedicated at least one scene to really hammer down why Century was the way he is, right? I would have liked a little bit more establishment, more of an establishing scene for Century's early childhood.
Fuel tanks are at 98% capacity.
Also, the ghost kind of got shafted. We really don't see anything with the ghost. She just kind of, like, she doesn't really get much of a backstory. Neither does the Red Guardian, but then the Red Guardian gets a shot with... We're able to establish the Red Guardian's characters a bit more because he interacts with Yelena more frequently. Whereas the ghost just kind of like is there in the background. We don't really get to learn anything about her.
Fuel reserves at 94%, Commander.
And so I don't know why Ghost is there. Like, the film would have been the exact same if the ghost wasn't there, which I'm not saying is the actress's fault. I'm saying the writers and the directors just didn't
Your
give
Type 9 Heavy
the
is
ghost
now at
anything to
maximum fuel
do.
capacity.
So I felt kind of bad. Because the actress, she seemed fine at portraying Ghost. It just... there was nothing for her to do. So what's the deal with Red Guardian, by the way? The character played by Hobbs, which is another character played by the actual actor. So yeah, who's the actor who plays that character who plays that character? Right? David something, right? Yeah. Anyways, a little bit over the top. The character's a little bit over the top, but I thought the character was kind of heartfelt. I wish they kind of leaned more into that. Because the Red Guardian seems like, yeah, it's a joke even in the film, but he's like a very Santa-like figure, jovial, has a big heart, you know. Yeah, he's jovial and has a big heart. He's fucking Santa, and he wears a red costume, and he's got a thick ass, bushy ass beard. I wish the Red Guardian had a little bit more. I wish all the characters had a little bit more development. That's my main thing. I actually liked the way they introduced Walker. We are very early on in the film. We see him interacting with Sentry, and especially when he gets pulled into Sentry's ability, which is like bringing him to a moment of shame and regret and guilt and self-pity. Because Walker is a piece of shit, right? He's a piece of shit of a human being, and I like the fact that they made it so that he knows it too. Deep down he knows he's a piece of shit and he hates himself. He fucking hates himself, my guys. I liked that. I wish they leaned more into it. I wish they developed it a little bit more. I liked how... yeah, I really like the way the actor portrayed himself in this one, actually. Like, he was first introduced in Captain America and The Winter Soldier. Yeah, in that one, he was supposed to be like this, like... I'm trying to remember what he was like in the Captain America and The Winter Soldier. Yeah, we all knew he was supposed to be like this troubled individual who wasn't up to the task of replacing Steve Rogers. But we didn't get a lot beyond that. In this one, they actually tried to go beyond that and delve more into his self-doubt and insecurities and his self-loathing. I like the fact that they made him into a self-loathing character that he hides behind doing asshole behavior to other people, but that also makes him feel more convinced that he is in fact an asshole, and he loathes himself even more, right? So I like that element. It's not original, it's not mind-breakingly clever insight about human behavior, but it is an insight. Right? And so we're talking about Marvel here. We're not, you know, we gotta... we gotta celebrate what we get from them. what little that we get from their series and films. Like I said, I don't like most Marvel films and series. I think most of them, they're just sort of meh and bland. But Walker, they tried to do something interesting. His self-loathing seemed very convincing. And it's because of the way that they actually tried to... So the filmmakers in this one, they tried to avoid, I think, some of the worst habits of Marvel filmmaking, which was making everything look clean, digital, and monotone. In this one, they played around a little bit with the sound design, the camera work, to convey a sense of emotion, just fucking any emotion. And I'm specifically talking about the Century, the fucking memory trips with Century. So we first saw that with Yelena, and then with Walker in the very early parts of the film. And notice how when they transition into that memory flashback, the way they change the sound design, the camera work, and the pacing of the shot to kind of establish a more solemn and more engaging moment, right? A more heartfelt moment. An uncomfortable moment for the characters. In any other films, I would say that's like what you're supposed to do, but I have seen Marvel not do something like that for such a long time that I was like, oh, thank you. At least we're trying to make good films here, right? Why are my frames 60? Okay, there we go. Yeah. But we don't get much of a payoff with Walker either. Yelena resolves it way too easily. You know, when everyone finds out that Walker lost his wife and child because he was a dick to them, so they walked out on him. You know. All Yelena did was acknowledge the fact and say, hey, you're an asshole, but it's okay. You can be better. I think the gist of it was exactly that and nothing more. I would have liked it to be a little bit... I would have liked Walker's redemption to be a little bit more involved because his setup was pretty cool. And I was actually interested in his development as a character. But the payoff just wasn't there.
Local market data changes received. You can sell your bauxite for a profit of over 21.5 million credits. The local market is selling onion head gamma strain at a good price, as well as marine equipment and thermal cooling units.
We have 520 million. I want to go back to my main shipyard. I believe Sirius is where yeah, I'll go back to Sirius.
Course set.
I think we've done enough trading for now.
Full control re-established.
Ship is disengaged from landing pad. Take care when leaving the station.
Actually, I shouldn't go to serious. I wanted to grind some missions at HIP over here. Not HIP.
Course set.
There we go. Yeah, overall, Man, the Thunderbolts was... I guess it ended up being a very strange film. Like, I wish the Thunderbolts were a series where they had a little bit more time to delve into each of these characters. And I wish Ironheart was a film where it had an incentive to cut out all the miscellaneous stuff and just focus on her core issues. Like, I wish they were like switched out. I feel like Ironheart might have been a better film if it was forced to be a feature-length film. And the Thunderbolts would have been better if it was a series. But it's all like mixed up. Right? Ironheart is a series and Thunderbolts is a film. Yeah, the Thunderbolts felt even lower budget than Ironheart, which is like weird. I'm pretty sure that's not actually true, but it kind of feels that way. Because of how limited the... How limiting the scenes were at the end. Once again, I think in general, Marvel might be way too restrictive with how they control the story and where it goes. And just not giving a lot of free reign for the writers and the directors. Because the writers and directors need... Like in any other franchise, you wouldn't have this problem. Or in any other type of story and filmmaking, you wouldn't have this problem. Well, like, it should be obvious that writers and directors should have the freedom to write the story in a way that they believe would do the story justice, to complete at least their idea of how the story should be completed for each film or a series, right? But I just think a lot of the problems that I have with Marvel films end up with some of these decisions that I highly suspect are not even the fault of the filmmakers themselves, but the company. Because the company has to, because it's the company that is managing how all these films and series are interconnected. Which actor has which contract to appear where and for how long and doing what, right? So they have all these set up, and so they are the ones restricting the filmmakers in terms of what they can and cannot do with the story, with the characters, and how these stories can end. I would really like to know the inner workings of Marvel films, just to see if my If my guess is right, you know? Because if that is the problem, then the solution is simple. Just we tell Marvel films, Marvel Studios and Disney to back the fuck off. Right? We would rather have somewhat of a disjointed collection of Marvel films, but more complete stories for each one. You know what I mean? Because what we have right now is just a whole bunch of stories that feel inconclusive, that feel incomplete, that feel drawn out, limited, changed in ways that doesn't really make sense with the rest of its story. Just to fulfill the sense of interconnected timeline or universe, or whatever the fuck that they're calling it. Don't need that. I just want good films and good TV shows, and I want directors, filmmakers, all these talented people who work on these films to be able to have somewhat of a free reign on how the story should be, how it should be told, and how it should end. You know, that's why people liked Deadpool. You know why people like Deadpool? I think it was a bad movie. I'll say it. I think technically it wasn't a good film. It had a lot of issues. It had I think the dialogue wasn't as smart as Deadpool 1. I think there were a lot of issues that made it a not so good film. I thought it was okay. But you know what Deadpool had? Fucking character. And I'm not talking about like, oh, that's an like there's a character person. I mean, it had personality. And that was so hard to see in the rest of the Marvel films or series and stories. Deadpool versus Wolverine was messy. It was chaotic. It was at times a little bit obnoxious, self-absorbed even. But you know what? It fit the character, and that gave it the character to the film. Right? Because it wasn't bland, at the very least. And so props to Ryan Reynolds and the director who worked on Deadpool vs. Wolverine. Because even though they might not be the most technically accomplished people, in terms of that film alone, they brought character into a Disney film, or a Disney and Marvel film. And that's what we want to see. Even if it's a little bit messier, even if it's a little bit disjointed at the end, who gives a fuck? People loved it, people enjoyed it. I think it wasn't a good film. I still enjoyed it. I enjoyed Deadpool because it had character.
Maximum fuel.
Stronghold carrier is the fleet carrier, is it? No, these are like actual player fleets. Oh, no, this isn't serious. Okay. I thought we were in the serious system. We're not. And I would like to see more of that in all the rest of the Marvel IPs. Just don't be afraid. What have you got to lose? You're already losing interest from the people anyway. And if you're gonna do some low budget shit like the Thunderbolts, at least give the filmmakers free reign. Oh my god. If you're going to limit their budget and limit their storytelling, Bro. How much you want to bet the Mephisto storyline at the end of Ironheart was also because of that? Like, they needed to have Mephisto in the story at the end because it was a requirement. I would be so sad. I would be so sad if that was the case. Because it really felt like it didn't feel... It felt like at least season 1 wasn't prepared to include that at the end. You know what would have been a better choice for Ironheart at the end? Instead of making Riri deal with Mephisto, let Riri grieve the loss of her newfound friend.
Dropping at Soyeon City.
Because we already established that she was traumatized and she had a lot of issues dealing with the death of her stepfather and her best friend, Natalie. We already established it and we already worked through it as a character. And so when Natalie, the AI version of Natalie, went away, let her grieve. Like, let her deal with it. And we're supposed to know that she can deal with it, because that's what the entire season 1 story arc was kind of about. So why does she suddenly go around everyone's backs? She betrays herself by making a deal with Mephisto. Oh, and another thing. I find it hard to believe that a character as smart, someone as smart as Riri, doesn't know what Mephisto is. Like, even in the Marvel universe, you have religion. You have the Judeo-Christian religion, and you have popularized mythologies surrounding like heaven and hell and all these characters and shit like that. You definitely heard the name Mephisto. At least even within the pop culture of the in-lore universe, Riri would have heard about Mephisto. It's fucking Mephisto. Has Riri never played Diablo? Or like, you know? Come on, Riri looks like a person who would know Diablo. You know what I mean? The game by Blizzard.
Ready to engage automated docking. Recruit.
We're done here, pilot.
I mean, it's Mephisto. How do you not know what Mephisto is? It just... And like, sure, Riri makes a lot of mistakes because she's young and all, but like, it really didn't make a whole lot of sense for Riri to just like nonchalantly accept a deal with Mephisto. Once again, Ironheart might be the most... For me, I think it's a very interesting character in a Marvel IP I've seen in a while. Which is why I feel like I wish they didn't have to do that with Riri Williams. I actually do like the character. I like the way the character's like core set of themes that the character is meant to deal with. I liked it. I like how they tried to go through that. And so the fact that she made a deal with the devil
Refueled.
so casually and so suddenly, no. It's something wasn't right. Something wasn't right. And now that I'm thinking about it, maybe the directors and the writers didn't have a choice. And if that's the case, holy shit, Marvel and Disney, what the fuck are you doing? Let the filmmakers tell the stories that they want in a way that they want. Worry about interconnectedness later. That's just extra bonus stuff. It should not be the main concern. Okay, we're switching out. We're switching out. We're crashing out. Crashing out. You know, I don't want to sound too complainy. If I... So why don't we talk about, like, my favorite Marvel film? Howard the Duck. Nah, I'm just kidding. I've never seen that one. Maybe I should. Seems interesting. But... it's the, yeah, what was my favorite Marvel film? Oh, you son of a bitch.
Your Alliance chieftain being transferred from Sirius. Expected arrival in 13 minutes.
While we're waiting, let me open up Coriolis. What was my favorite Marvel film? Okay, let me look at my options here, right? Assuming that we begin with the Hulk series before Mark Ruffalo, and really starting to pick up steam with Iron Man. I think most people consider Iron Man to be like the beginning of the Marvel Cinematic Universe, even though Hulk is a part of it, but you know, it's like Iron Man. And then we got the Iron Man, Captain America, Thor, Black Widow, Doctor Strange, the Avengers, and then we got the Captain America Civil War series. So Captain America Civil War, Captain America Winter Soldier, Captain America Civil War, and then we got the Avengers Endgame. So Avengers, Infinity War and Endgame, those two are linked. We got the TV shows. I am not counting Netflix, the Netflix Marvel The Defenders, because if you watch Netflix's Daredevil and Jessica Jones and even season 1 of Luke Cage, infinitely better than the Disney shows. So I'm not even counting them because it was obviously produced under a different set of circumstances and produced by different people with a different company managing it, right? And it definitely shows. So I'm not counting them. But counting all the other Marvel TV series like WandaVision, Loki, like the Thunderbolts, Ironheart, She-Hulk, Miss Marvel, Captain Marvel has had her 2 films. Shang-Chi, right? Shang-Chi was a thing. And is that everyone?
Oh no, you don't.
Yeah, I think that was everyone. Okay, yeah. So out of all those films, Guardians of the Galaxy. Okay. Yeah, I guess we gotta include them too. Guardians of the Galaxy. Yeah, that's it, right? That's everyone. So if I had to choose my favorite, not the character, but like the film, in terms of its like completeness, in terms of its like competence and how they made the film, and how they wrote the story and dialogue, like overall score.
Impossible.
Captain America: The Winter Soldier. Why? Because it was a political thriller. It was a political spy thriller reminiscent of like Cold War Tom Clancy novels. You know, like if you watch like stuff like Sum of All Fears and the 90s political thriller action films, Captain America: The Winter Soldier tried to follow and revisit a lot of those themes, elements, and storytelling, and I actually really liked it. So in terms of like an actual film, I would say The Winter Soldier is my favorite, although that doesn't really say much. Now, I said it's the best out of the Marvel films. Now, Winter Soldier was good enough that I would consider it to be like it would stand up against other films in its like, yeah, I think it can compete among its peers, like outside of the Marvel universe. But it could have been better, you know what I mean? Oh shit, I forgot Spider-Man. Yeah, Spider-Man, no, not really. It was cute. The Spider-Man, so there are a couple of Marvel IPs, the way it was produced, that I find it to be cute. Spider-Man Homecoming was a very cute film, right? The character is adorable, right? Peter Parker in that one, he was, especially like the character itself was also quite young. Just a little goofy ass kid from Brooklyn. And overall, it was very cute. It was very, you know, meant for young children, and I think it did a good enough job. Miss Marvel, I also think it was just like a cute little story. Technically less well done than Spider-Man's Homecoming and the films. Then again, I don't think it deserved the review bombing that it did, especially considering how...
I strongly advise you against this.
Like, you can say, oh, it's not for me. At that point, it's polite to say it's not for me, because just look at the fucking series. It's meant to be a cute little story about a young girl, like, discovering this weird-ass power. And then you got some grown-ass adults going around review bombing it. Like, what the fuck? What is wrong with you? Yeah, that's what I mean. So yeah, Spider-Man was cute. The first one. Miss Marvel's another cute series and a story. Don't really like Iron Man. I never really liked the Iron Man series. Didn't like Thor at all. I don't think the Thor films were good. It was overly melodramatic. If you watch it again, it feels very much like a theater film. Like, it was very there are filmmakers who make films like they were capturing scenes on a theater stage, and Thor had that theater level cheesiness and corniness, which some people I guess would have liked, but from my point of view, I would say it's more of a detraction from a film. Thor Ragnarok, now it was a lot of people liked it. I didn't like how Taika Waititi was so... He was so focused on telling jokes. I didn't like that. Like, I liked Taika Waititi from his debut film, The Hunt for the Wildebeests. I believe that's what it was called, The Hunt for the Wildebeests. It was a Kiwi film, so it was a New Zealand indie film from New Zealand, featuring Kiwis, the New Zealanders. It's actually, as funny as it was a very heartfelt story. and I thought I thought he did a fantastic job with that film. Hunt for the Wilder, oh, was it Wilder People? Yeah, Hunt for the Wilder People. Yeah, Hunt for the Wilder People was a indie film that I believe that was Taika Waititi's debut film. So I was hoping for something more like that from him, and not this really comedic film, which it often felt borderline insincere. So that's the problem I had with Thor Ragnarok. And also Thor, what was the second one? What came after Ragnarok? Love and Thunder, right. So Love and Thunder. Yeah, I don't know what happened with Taika Waititi in the Thor series. Because he's clearly a very good director. And he can be quite sincere when he wants to be. But I wish he had maintained a lot of his core focus when it comes to like these kind of stories and films. As he showed. As he has shown with Hunt for the Wilder People. But he didn't. That's why I don't particularly like Thor Ragnarok and Love and Thunder. Although they were decent. Like Ragnarok was a funny film. I'll give him that. Ships. Yeah, my mind was blanking out, staring at the screen, thinking about Love and Thunder and Ragnarok.
We don't have to do this.
So, I was thinking about getting the Mamba. Maybe I should get the Python.
The boss isn't going to like this.
Yeah, but what am I going to be using it for? Oh, it's got a class 7 power plant. Oh, that's a beefy ass power plant. Okay. So I guess it's like more focused on sustained weapons fire. Because you get a really good power plant and a distributor. You get a whole bunch of compartments. Shields or hull reinforcements. Okay. Maybe a little bit of cargo space. Looks like Python's like an all-purpose vehicle. Ferdinand's the specialized PvPer or 1v1er. Fast, maneuverable, hits hard, not a lot of versatility. Oh, that's a tiny ass fuel tank. Holy shit.
Your Alliance Chieftain has arrived.
Alright, hold on 1 second. I'll be right back. I'll be right back. There we go. I gotta sound refined and composed. I'll be right back.
Oh no, you don't.
Alright, I'm back. Got myself another cup of coffee, took a quick little piss, and here we are. Now, I do want to buy a ship because I want to focus my grinding towards meeting the material requirements for it, instead of just like mindlessly grinding stuff. Great Mark II. Crate Mark II is a reimagining of the Crate Lightspeeder, which was originally manufactured by Falcon de Lacy in the 3100s. Oh, we are really far into the future, huh? I never noticed. I thought it was like 25th century or 27th century or whatever. Latter half of the 20th millennia. The second millennia, sorry, second millennia. Ooh, that's nice. Is there a higher tier FSD? Is there a class 6? Yep, it's the late game. Okay. Is there one with a class 6? I like the I like the lower end of the Python Mark II. Oh, you can really turn this into a shield-heavy ship, can't you? Looks like a lot of people just use stacked shield boosters in the utility mounts. Yeah, +6 shield gen, hull reinforcement, cell banks, maybe. It only has the Mandalay only has a class 5 FSD, but why is it so good at jumping?
Oh no, you don't.
Mandalay. So if we look at the base, is Mass Manager better or Deep Charge better for jumping? It barely makes a difference. Hold on. So laden is 49, unladen 54. Go deep charge. Barely any difference, okay. Well, I guess mass manager might be better then because all the other components are going to add more mass. Power plant, max jump range
You'll pay
55,
for this, murderer.
54, 54. Six. Dude, lightweight with lightweight? Really seem to affect it. Oh, it doesn't change the mass. Okay. Oh, it's yeah. It doesn't have any effect on mass. Okay. Oh, I see. The base one has no mass. Only the optional ones give you increased mass. Okay. They seem to affect a lot with the jump range. "62 light years, 64, clap on a class 4 fuel tank? I mean, this really is just for jumping.
On what grounds are you scanning this vessel, officer?
What if we go for like class 3 shield? Is that possible? Is the weight limit gonna allow a shield? Kinda does. Yeah, mass manager is the way to go. Okay. Yeah, we put on a detailed surface scanner because this one, if I ever do make one, it's going to be travel and exploration. So I definitely want to target notable planets to get that extra cash as I go around the map. Slap on an AFM for emergencies. I don't need a super cruise assist. There's really nothing to put in here. Actually, I'm leaning more towards the standard docking because I like the auto landing. I don't like the auto launching. I might switch that on to my other ships as well. Oh, it's a fuel tank. Hold on. Not enough power. Overcharged, monstered. Minute 32. Power is fine. Was it the buy weave that does faster recovery time? Yeah. Cargo rack? Don't really need one.
We don't have to do this.
How is this
Do I
happening?
really just like leave this empty? What the fuck are weapon stabilizers? Huh? Increases the amount of experimental weapons a ship may equip. Capacity Inc. Wait. Oh, is there like a base limit on how many? Okay. Looks like there's like a base limit to how many experimental weapons you can have. Okay, yeah, I mean, this is what, 27 million? Oh, that's dirt cheap. Dirt cheap. But I'm gonna need a bunch of materials, actually. Not if I switch out the modules, but I don't want to do that. Like, get an upgraded module from one of my existing ships. It's gonna be a bit of a pain in the ass to switch them around. You save. You save this. Mandalay Exploration NG. Let me hop into my type chieftain.
Mothballing your Type 9 Heavy and swapping to your Alliance Chieftain.
Was my BRB on this whole time? Fuck me. Alright, I was here. I was here this whole time.
Refueled.
So I want to prioritize. I still got some reputations to work on, but materials.
We don't have to do this.
Threat level 8. 20 units of grade 2. Threat level 7. Military supercapacitors, that's nice, but I can't do it. No, I can do it.
You have accepted a massacre mission for Allied LP908-11 first.
Modular terminals, don't need that. Modified embedded firmware, that's very nice.
You have accepted a massacre mission for Allied LP908-11 first.
Military supercapacitors again, very good.
Massacre mission accepted for Allied LP908-11 first.
Oh shit, look at these. What the fuck?
Massacre mission accepted for Allied LP908-11 first.
Oh, it's a wing mission, okay. Yes, please.
Massacre mission for new LP908-11 regulatory state accepted.
Oh, hell yes.
You have accepted a massacre mission for Allied LP908-11 first.
Okay, we actually got a decent bit of missions that give really good rewards. Okay. Let's take a look at transport.
I strongly advise you against this.
Deliver. Shoot that. Oh. $3,500 units. No, thank you. 122. 12 hybrid capacitors. Is it just me or... Okay, this one's not bad. Looks like the good rewards for transports are all on wing missions, so 3,500. There's a fine on failure. Yeah, unless I can move around. Type 9, if I get interdicted by a high level pirate, I might actually die. So I might need to have a more heavily defended ship with a much smaller cargo space to do these missions, but then again, it will take a while because these are all wing missions and I need to move a lot of stuff. Might not be worth it at all. So well, let's go ahead and do these missions for now.
Exploration data for 7 systems sold for well over 36,000 credits.
Oh no you don't.
My weapon set up. I still need to upgrade my ship a little bit more.
I strongly advise you against this.
Oh, I could try out the plasma accelerator. Switch out the railguns for the plasma accelerators. No, plasma accelerators are only on whatchamacallit. It's level 2 and up, isn't it? Yeah, it's grade 2 and above. Okay. I'll just stick with this loadout for now for the chieftain because it has 3 small hard points. And I don't want to switch out the multi-cannons to a lower grade one.
Docking clamps free.
Docking coupler disengaged. Observe station regulations on exit.
Oh my god, this ship is so much more maneuverable than the Type 9. Holy crap. So we're gonna go over here. Oh, I accepted a wing mission. Ah, fuck.
Course locked in.
Yeah, we're just gonna do a little bit of grinding for these materials. And then we'll see if we have enough to buy the Mandalay.
At 100% capacity. Intimation. You have 2 pending missions here at the outpost, Crown City, 2 pending missions here at the Coriolis Starport, Northrop Port, 1 pending mission here at June Terminal, and 1 pending mission here at the Surface Outpost, Boas Enterprise. Fuel at maximum.
Go to a high extraction site. Is Taika Waititi, the director, making a new film soon? I feel like I haven't heard about his latest films in a while. Wasn't he busy on Black Sails, was it? It was like making a pirate show. Which I think got cancelled? Not exactly sure. Yeah, if you haven't seen Taika Waititi's Hunt for the Wilder People, I highly recommend it. It's his best film by a wide margin. It's also his debut film, I believe. Also, it's always nice to see the Kiwis making good films. Spent 3 years of my life in New
Danger.
Zealand.
Dropping at very high threat, high intensity resource extraction site.
It's actually where I learned learned how to speak English. Also, I went there when I lived there during my formative years, so a lot of my like cultural preferences, culinary preferences even, are very much Kiwi. Although I don't get the obsession with white bread. Kiwis love just like plain old white bread with everything. You know.
What do you have in your cargo hold?
No cargo. Use for stretch. I see.
I hope you have something good in your hold.
Another done. Damn it.
Another empty cargo hold. My children will go hungry tonight. Next time you should fill your hold with gold. I'm gonna boil you up.
Are you?
Attack by pirate detected.
Doesn't look like you're gonna boil me up.
Warning. Attack by pirate detected.
Tie 50.
I can hold it any longer.
Bounty voucher received.
A crime has been reported here. All ships will be scanned.
I don't believe it.
Bounty voucher received.
Emergency response squad in position.
You've scratched my paint.
What treats do you carry?
Bounty voucher received.
He's been spamming shield cells. Dang. Or finish him off. There we go.
Bounty voucher received.
What are you hauling?
I wish there was a way to like quickly target whoever's scanning me at the moment. Because I have to manually check the radar. Most of them are over there. Did I tag it in time? Yes, I did. Yes, I did.
Let's see what you are carrying.
Yeah, see, like right now, I have no idea who that is. That guy's going away. Maybe that's him.
Investigating reports of crime.
I've taken too many hits.
Okay, missing every shot? Fuck me.
Bounty voucher received.
Do you have your cargo load?
Okay, lost a lot of speed here.
I can see when I'm outmatched.
Next time you should fill your load with gold.
Avenge me. What are you hauling?
Avenge me.
Bounty voucher awarded. Bounty voucher awarded. Warning, attack by pirate detected.
I'm gonna boil you up.
Warning, attack by pirate detected.
I hope you have something good in your hold.
Bounty voucher received.
You choose death then. Very well.
Warning, attack by pirate detected.
Come on.
Bounty voucher awarded.
A crime has been reported here. All ships will be scanned.
I don't know how to feel about the boosting mechanic. I'm not using it properly. Like, it gets me out of position way too often. And it kills my vector velocity. Because I'm not using it correctly.
I don't believe it.
Bounty voucher received.
Carrying anything nice.
Who said that? Was it you?
Attack by pirate detected.
Treats do you?
Bounty voucher awarded.
Yeah, who's the one who just said, what kind of treats do I have?
Yes, no, will soon be over.
Let's see what you are carrying.
What treats do you carry?
No cargo. Waste of time.
Impossible.
There's nothing worth my
received.
I think I just tagged a car, but
I've taken too many hits.
Cease and desist. Submit to authority scans immediately.
Bounty voucher received.
okay, I gotta work on my aim a little bit.
Avenge me.
Hostiles. The hits just keep on coming.
Okay, now we're jousting.
Too much damage.
Rapid criminal investigation scans are finished. Please continue about your business.
You were scratching my paint.
Do you have anything of value?
What do you carry, I wonder?
Bounty voucher awarded.
Well, nothing.
Did you not just see me kill like 20 people in the past 5 minutes?
There's no cargo here.
It's like, what do you carry? Yeah.
What traits do you carry?
Hostile ships on the scanner.
Let me see what you have. Bounty voucher awarded. Bounty voucher received.
Well, let's go for a mission target.
Bounty voucher awarded.
Okay. We still got a bunch of missions to complete. Oh, it's being counted towards the wing mission. Oh, that's fine. We are getting a lot of kills anyway.
I've taken too much damage.
Bounty voucher received. Bounty voucher awarded.
Get under his belly.
Let's see what you are carrying.
Bounty
That's
voucher
a
received.
power plant explosion. Okay. What the fuck?
Let me see what you have.
The ship really didn't want to slow down. I'm so close on his ass.
I can see when I'm outmatched.
What treats do you carry?
Bounty voucher received.
What do you carry, I wonder?
Nothing for me here.
Good. Useless stretch.
Attack by pirate detected.
I'll pick your bones clean green wood.
Bounty voucher awarded. Massacre mission completed. Redirected to origin.
Still gotta kill more. Got like right here.
Emergency response squad in position.
Warning. Attack by pirate detected.
I'm gonna bring you up.
I can see when I'm outmatched.
What do you have in your cargo hold?
Bounty voucher awarded.
Nothing for me here.
Warning. Attack by pirate detected. Bounty voucher received.
We got some ammo. Oh, those guys are running away. Those guys are just still fighting? Jesus.
I'm just a simple miner.
What treats do you carry?
Breaking off attack. I can't hold it.
Bounty voucher awarded.
Let me see what you have.
that took a while.
I don't believe it.
Bounty voucher received. I can see when I'm outmatched.
Can you? Die on my ass. Also, oh, I thought it said Stephen King. I guess it's similar, close enough. Steve King. Oh my fucking god.
Bounty voucher received. I see all. You find a good find. Another done. Damn it all. Bounty voucher awarded. Bounty voucher received. Warning. Attack by pirate detected.
You choose death then. Very well.
Heat levels beyond operating tolerance. Bounty voucher received.
Out of ammo for one of my guns. I think I got a couple of kills more that I can do. And then we're gonna go rearm and refuel.
launcher received.
I hadn't expected this.
What traits do you carry?
Oh, I'm completely out of multi-cannon ammo.
Bounty voucher awarded.
Okay. Oh my god. Just kill him, please.
Nice.
Pops, just kill him. There we
Bounty voucher
go.
received.
Let's go back home or go to port. Okay, that was a decent grind set.
No, no.
I think I killed like over 30 ships. Sorry, I can't really talk when I'm trying to concentrate. It takes up all of my... What little remains of my brain power gets used up by the gameplay.
Dropping near North Report.
Lakon, Charlie, Yankee, Bravo. Pleasure to have you at Federal Station, Commander.
Landing pad 7 is at 7 o'clock mark, as you enter with the green lights on your right.
Decrease your speed immediately.
Angry lady. I don't know what that was supposed to be.
Docking complete. maximum.
Disembark when ready.
Your Alliance Chieftain repaired. Bounty vouchers for over 5.5 million credits claimed.
I get merit points from that, don't I? Is it gonna rearm and refuel? Hello? This is why I don't want to play on multiplayer servers. These kind of network issues might make it frustrating. Like, imagine if there was in the middle of combat and there was something wrong with how it calculated ammo and stuff.
Welcome back, recruit. You are docked at Coriolis Starport, Northrop Port, in the Lima Hotel Sierra Tree 17 system. You are allied with the controlling faction, 44th Vulture Syndicate. Information: Felicia Winters has consolidated their power and made a stronghold in Lima Hotel Sierra Tree 17.
Nah, something went wrong.
Tree 17 Future are tied in a civil war with traditional LHS Tree 17 Dominion for control of priest armament. You have 6 pending missions in 2-star systems. Your Alliance Chieftain restocked.
Thank God.
Your Alliance Chieftain's maintenance completed. Canopy and cargo hatch repaired. Full control re-established.
Ship release. Observe station regulations on exit.
Now that I've had a chance to like breathe a little bit after all that combat, are there like Marvel
Nice
films
rolling,
coming
boys,
out
you and
aside
your sis.
from Thunderbolts and
No, you
Ironheart?
don't.
Oh, Fantastic Four, right. Right. How many times are they gonna try and make a Fantastic Four movie? I feel like they've tried it more times than Batman. We had the Adam West Batman, we had the Michael Keaton Batman, we had the Val Kilmer Batman, we had George Clooney. Okay, let's count. My first one, Adam West, 1. Michael Keaton, Val Kilmer, George Clooney, that's 4. Christian Bale, 5. And is it direct to Robert Pattinson? So 6.
Danger, dropping at very high threat, high intensity resource extraction site.
We had 6 different Batmans, although not all of them are like complete reboots or remakes, right? So Michael Keaton, Val Kilmer, and Val Kilmer are like continuations of the series. George Clooney was its own thing with Batman Forever and Batman and Robin. Oh wait, was Batman Forever Val Kilmer? Anyways. Oh shit, I forgot.
Crime response team in situ. Security sweep and scan commencing.
What's his face? The guy from Good Will Hunting. The fuck was his name again?
Warning, heat levels beyond operating tolerance.
Impossible.
Bounty voucher awarded.
I can't believe I'm blanking on his name. The guy in Batman v Superman. I guess I'm so checked out of all these like fucking superhero films, I'm forgetting like the actors and stuff.
Crime response team in situ. Security sweep and scan commencing.
No way, I forgot his name. Ben Affleck. Holy fuck. Do I have fucking dementia? I think I just like forget about them if I haven't seen them in a while. Like realistically, how often do you mention the name Ben Affleck? I don't think I've said that name out loud in like years.
Do you have anything of value?
Well, thank you for coming to me.
Warning, attack by rifle. Do you have anything of value?
I hadn't expected this.
Another empty cargo hold. My children will go hungry tonight. Bounty voucher received.
Although forgetting like the names of actors that the person should know is actually a sign of like cognitive decline. Like not even kidding. So I guess I should pay a little bit more attention to like situations where my memory starts to falter. also think it's a testament to how disinterested I've become with films. Although credit where credit's due, although I don't like Ben Affleck as an actor, why do I have two people on me? I do like him as a producer, because there was a recent film made by a collaboration between Ben Affleck and Matt Damon and another writer. It was actually a really good film. It was called The Duel, which I'm pretty sure was... I must have shot him by accident. Yeah, I don't know why they're attacking me. Yeah, The Duel is a really good film. And I'm pretty sure whoever those three people who wrote that script with Akira Kurosawa's Rashomon in mind. I'm 90% sure that it's like their intellectual response to Rashomon. If you haven't seen Rashomon, so what I do is sometimes there are films that I recommend people to watch in pairings, and I recommend people watch Rashomon and The Duel together, right? Watch them in quick succession, because those two have interesting things to say when viewed in juxtaposition to each other. I'll just say it right now, why I think those two are closely related. So, spoilers for Rashomon, which is a Japanese film made by director Kurosawa a long time ago. It's a black and white film. It's a story about truth, human nature to lie, and about perspective. So the film starts with a trial in the afterlife. It is a trial before like a god, like the heavens. And the issue at heart was a murder. The murder of... I believe all three of them died or something. Murder of... It was like a murder trial. I'm pretty sure. I think the woman died. I think the guy died. So, okay, so here's a scenario, right? There are three people, three souls, who are being judged by a deity and a human, like a human bystander who's watching this trial unfold, right? So, am I winning? Yes, I'm just grinding. I got a good... Hi Max, by the way, 07. I got good mission sets for combat. A lot of them gave me good materials, so I'm just grinding them out. And talking about films. Have you ever seen Rashomon before? Like it's a black and white film made by Akira Kurosawa.
What are you hauling?
I see all.
Where's the power plant? There we go.
Another empty cargo hold. My
So
children
just a
will go
quick
hungry
recap.
tonight.
Rashomon is an old ass film made by a Japanese director, and it's about a trial of three people.
Let's see what you are carrying.
And it's a film about truth and perspective and human propensity to lie. You can be a bit more complex. Like, you can have a more complex analysis than that, but I'm just like trying to provide a brief description. So the basic story is there is a trial of these three people, a man and a woman. They're both married couples, newlywed couples, and then a mountain bandit. The couple was traveling through a mountain when they ran into this mountain bandit, and then the mountain bandit tried to rob them, and then the husband and the mountain bandit got into a fight, and then someone fucking died.
Bounty voucher received.
And I believe the bandit successfully robs them and also like assaults the wife, the woman. And I believe the woman kills herself or something. So it's a pretty dark story, but that's not the point of the trial. The trial is told in the incident is recalled thrice. Once by each participant, the mountain bandit, the husband, and the wife. And each time we see a different version of events. So the actual events are biased and colored by the perspective of each person. And we get like a narrative of what happened that puts the narrator in a favorable light. So it's about this idea that human beings are so fucking selfish and willing to lie about what happened, even in the face of God, or gods in this case. And the humans are just unreliable and somewhat irredeemable, because all these people, the mountain bandit, the husband, and the wife, are all dead, and they're being trialed in heaven, right? If you want like a more nuanced version, just go watch the film. It's actually not that long. It's a pretty short film. I think it's only about an hour and 20 minutes long. It's deceptively short, so it's worth a watch. And it's considered one of the classic films, but I had some problems with it. Intellectual, not necessarily like about the film, but like about how about like the deeper meaning behind the story, right? Right, so I'm terrible at explaining this. So it's a film about these three people and their different perspectives and how they color their accounts of what happened. Blah blah blah. We get the bandit lying. We get the husband lying. We got the wife lying. You know. And after the three people tell their version of the events, we actually get the objective truth. We get the real version of what happened that is shown to the audience. No one else knows in the film about, like, no one else tells the actual story of what happened. It's only shown to the audience, right? So that's how we know that everyone lied. However, in The Duel, the modern film by Ben Affleck, Matt Damon, and I'm so sorry, the other writer who was probably a pivotal writer for this script. The Duel is about a trial which involves three people, and we see two colored accounts of what happened in the past versus one objective truth. But this time, it's not the idea that everyone lies. No. It's even worse in The Duel, and that's why I really like The Duel. We actually see the truth. The one person does speak the truth all the time, and that's the woman, played by Jodie Comer.
Nothing for me here.
But the thing is, even though she's telling the truth, no one gives a shit. Right?
No cargo. Useless dread.
It's that even in the face of truth, like even if you tell the truth, she's at a disadvantage because she's a fucking woman in the medieval ages, right? In the Middle Ages. And it had this gendered perspective of truth and believability, and like the cultural inequalities when it comes to issues with sexual violence, which the duel and actually Rashomon both feature, but Rashomon doesn't deal
You
with.
scratched my paint.
That makes the duel like the more modern and the more nuanced discussion of what Rashomon was trying to tell. Because if you look at Rashomon, what you get from that is that everyone lies. Whereas the duel complicates the picture and says, no, what's even worse than thinking that everyone lies is that it doesn't even matter when someone tries to tell the truth because they're a
Bounty voucher
woman.
awarded.
It's worse. And so I like that continuation of that discussion. And so I do think if you do want to watch Rashomon or the duel, to watch both at the same time or as close to each other as you can. Because the dialogue between the two films is very interesting. And I'm 90% sure the writers and the directors of the duel had Rashomon in the back of their minds as they were making that film. I don't know what it is about Ben Affleck and Matt Damon, but whenever they team up, they make good films. But individually, I don't particularly think they're that good of an actor or writer or director. I know this sounds a little bit harsh, but no.
The finger which is touched.
Bounty voucher received. Heat levels beyond operating tolerance.
Oh, it's... Oops.
Bounty voucher
Okay, that's one more quest done.
completed. Redirected to origin.
Yeah, I mean, if you... It doesn't even matter where you lie in the political spectrum. Like, Rashomon, it's a film from 1950s, I believe. It's super old. So, the idea that in that Kurosawa is a Japanese guy, right? He's a man in 1950s
All
Japan.
citizens must submit to authority scans.
To claim
Do not
that
attempt to flee.
like, as a society, as a culture, we view a man and a woman's account, like, we view a man and a woman's word equally, and that they both lie equally, to try to bring some sort of equivalence between the public's, like, the common understanding of believability when it comes to man and a woman
Let me see
in
what you
Japan in 1950s or even today. This is still a problem today. It kind of overlooks the reality of how gender is a complicated factor
Bounty voucher awarded.
in how people deal with the truth.
What do you have in your cargo hold?
And I thought
How is
the
this
duel introduced that issue very... Oh. Oh, very elegantly, actually. Very underrated film. I hope more people watched it, but you know, it's not the kind of film that people want to watch, I guess. It is highly rated, so it's like yet another one of those like highly rated by people who have watched it, but not a lot of people watched it overall.
Bounty voucher awarded.
Hostiles in view. Prepare to engage.
No, no.
I can see when I'm outmatched. Bounty voucher awarded.
Yeah, there's a lot of little choices, and I guess they're not little choices. There are a lot of choices that the writers and the director made in the duel that just makes it a much more complicated film than Rashomon ever was. I love Kurosawa. I think he's one of the best directors that ever lived, and he was definitely a pioneer for the film, in the history of film. However, Rashomon wasn't. It's not as quote unquote deep as people would like to make it out to be. Like, for example, another part about the duel that I really liked, like a choice that the writers made was, okay, the main story is about sexual violence, right? So the woman, the protagonist, she was assaulted by a rival knight of her husband. Her husband is also a piece of shit, but whatever, right? So the perpetrator, the character who assaulted her, you know, they could have made it so that the guy was just lying, right? He knew he did it. He's just lying about it to other people because he knew it's wrong. Because he knows other people will think it's wrong. And so he lies. No. What the duel did was genuinely made it believable and possible that the guy thought he didn't assault that woman. He thought it was a genuine consensual act of love. The way they went about doing this and setting this up was really clever, because we're talking about a knight in this. I mean, it's not a complete historical like recreation of medieval society in Europe.
Attacked by pirate detective.
Oh, this is medieval ages, like the Middle Ages, medieval, a knight. It's a man's world. It's a knight. It's a high noble. If you're a noble or if you're a knight in that era,
Go here.
yeah, you can basically pretty much do whatever the fuck you want to commoners, right? Especially women. And also you are surrounded by social, economic, and political structures that award you with easy access to sexual gratification, easy access to women, and so on and so forth. So you live in a culture where sexual gratification is readily available, and most women seem to be available to you. And we see that the film establishes that when what was his name? Oh my god, Kylo Ren, the actor for Kylo Ren. Yeah, that's the guy. Fuck me. What was that guy's name? I'm forgetting everyone's name. What's his name? Adam Driver. Jesus Christ. Adam Driver's character is a knight, right? So he lives a life where women are always available to him, pretty much. And he gets used to it. So there's a very small scene, a very short scene, where he's like fooling around with a woman. Don't really know who she is. It doesn't even matter. And they're about to, you know, have sex. And they do this little game where the woman is pretending to refuse him. But like in that moment, in that circumstance, it is just like theater for them, right? It's just a little game.
I've taken too many hits.
it's a little bit of pretend. It's not even like genuine pretend. What the story I think might be trying to say was, in a culture where propriety was very important and impropriety was severely punished, either legally or socially, women are discouraged from showing desire to have sex. And so there's this little subculture that forms where women pretend not to want to have sex. At least I think that's what they were trying to refer to in the film. It's obviously a problematic culture because, you know, at that... Whatever, right? I won't get into details of it. But the character does go through that. And so his idea of how intimacy and romantic relationships work is that if you are a proper woman, even if you like me, you would do something to signal somewhat of like a feigned resistance. He grew up in that culture. It's stupid, you're not supposed to do that, but that's what he grew up with, or that's how he lived. Unthinkingly and uncritically, that's how he lived. And so, when he meets Jodie Comer's character, and he becomes infatuated with with the woman, he assaults her, thinking that it was consensual. And this conviction is so deep, and this is why I like the film. Before that guy loses the duel to the husband, which is, you know, the name of the film, The Duel, they have a judicial duel between the husband and the rival knight who assaults his wife. Just before the guy is about to die, the husband asks, like genuinely asks, like, did you really do it? And Adam Driver's character says, no. Like, genuinely that character believes he never assaulted anyone. Genuinely. And that's what makes it even more fucked up. That's what makes the whole thing even more fucked up. Like, how deeply sexism and misogyny colors someone's reality to that extent, where he is unable to recognize that he himself has assaulted a woman. Like, he becomes incapable of grasping reality, or the reality of his own actions. He genuinely believes he didn't do it. I love that. I love how the writers delved into that level of complication and nuance when it comes to, you know, when we talk about like fucking how gendered society and perception of reality can be. They really showed it really well.
How is this happening?
I'm just saying, it's a very underrated film. Okay, we still have a bunch of more people to kill. It's part of the reason why I don't watch a lot of films these days is because, you know, the duel didn't do well in the box office. It actually didn't do well financially, even though it was a great film. And because of that, studios no longer make films like that. They don't fund films like that. They don't think it's a good investment, a good return on investment or whatever bullshit they think. So films like that don't get really made anymore. If they do, it's like really rare and infrequent, which is why I just turn.
The scan will soon be over.
I still watch films, but it's like I don't really get excited about them anymore because most of them don't really excite me.
The scan will soon be over.
But I think that they put me in a bad habit where it just, even if
Enemy ships detected.
films might not be what I'm looking
Next
for
time
now,
you should fill your hold with gold.
I can still try to engage with
Bounty
it
voucher awarded.
in its own way.
Mission requirements completed. Redirected to mission origin. Warning. Attacked by pirate.
Like, yeah, I don't necessarily like all Marvel films and TV shows. I can still watch it and try to engage with it. With whatever aspect of it that I do want to talk about and engage with, I should do it. I should stop cutting myself off from like different sources of art and media. But I will never ever join TikTok.
What do you have in your cargo hold?
Bounty voucher awarded.
The guy right here.
Bounty voucher awarded.
Okay, that was a long, incoherent rant about Rashomon and the duel. Why are there so many cops here? What? Oh, he's wanted. Okay.
Attacked by pirate detected.
You have no chance now.
I don't? I don't know. Kind of seems like I have a chance.
Bounty voucher awarded.
Hostiles in view. Prepare to engage.
Come here.
Bounty voucher received.
finished.
Next time you should fill your hold with gold.
Too much damage.
Bounty voucher awarded. Warning, attack by pirate detected.
You choose death then. Very well.
Bounty voucher awarded.
Ah, okay.
Hostile targets in range. Bounty voucher received.
Let's see what you are carrying.
Inventory of untypical shield scans has reached your maximum.
Oh
200
shit, really?
Bounty voucher awarded.
Let's see what you are carrying.
Where?
Warning, attack by pirate detected.
Let me see what you have.
Bounty voucher received.
I hope you have something good in your hold.
But nothing.
A wasted effort. There's no cargo here.
Bounty voucher received. voucher received.
Okay. Wow. How many people did I kill? I still need a decent more.
I've taken too many hits.
You have no chance now.
What traits do you carry?
Bounty voucher received.
What treats do you carry?
What traits do you carry?
Bounty voucher awarded.
Rapid deployment unit deployed.
Ooh, heat sink.
Scans of all ships in the area.
Using stretch. The scan will soon be over.
I've taken too many hits.
Another green bridge is damaged.
Bounty voucher received.
We're done here, pilot. Move along.
Okay, I can't do this with the rest, so I'll just go back, rearm and refuel, and come back. Oh shit, I should get some food.
Lakon, Charlie, Yankee, Bravo. Submit a docking request and a landing pad will be reserved for you, Commander. Access granted. Proceed to landing pad.
Landing pad 7 is at 7 o'clock far, as you enter with the green lights on your right.
We don't have to do this.
Docking complete.
Landing completed. Ground crew have been dispatched.
Refuel. Your Alliance Chieftain repaired. Your Alliance
Yay.
Chieftain restocked.
Yeah, I don't know why I got
Bounty vouchers
attacked
for
in the
nearly
middle of that
4.5 million
mission
credits claimed.
early on. Like the cops started attacking me for no reason. Yeah, just 3 more, so I do have to kill a little bit more of the LHS 317 faction pirates. But we got this one. Okay, I'll be right back. I'm gonna get myself a cup of coffee and some food. I'll be right back. Okay, got my food. I'll just chill for a bit while I eat. Because I won't be able to dogfight while I'm eating. What is the purpose of this one? It's based on the type. I bet it flies a bit like a type. Yeah, it's a type 9, heavier, slower. It's meant to be just like a tank. What kind of weapons do you put on the Type 10? And builds. By turning on the cargo hatch, it will shut down all 8 shield boosters, making the shield region process rate go from 222 to 0. Wait a minute. What does this mean? The ship is no good flying through high conflict zones. Yeah. I guess these are like older builds. Slow, heavy, tanky, got good amount of firepower. Interested in the Python Mark II. This might be good for a plasma build, a plasma accelerator, because I can put in 4 plasma accelerators and like 1 multi-cannon. This ship is probably decently fast enough to like close the distance and maintain a good lead on medium to fast ships, which might be necessary for the plasma accelerators. Six power panel thrusters, distributor, okay. Okay. First of all, before we buy a new ship, let's quickly complete these missions.
Disengaged from local networks.
Docking coupler disengaged. Go for departure.
Ow.
Clear of station perimeter. FFC signing off.
Danger, dropping near very high threat high intensity resource extraction site.
Let's go get him.
Warning, attack by pirate detected.
Now you're diving, Tim.
I hope you have something good in your hand.
All citizens must submit to authority scans. Do not attempt to flee.
Next time you should fill your load with gold.
What traits do you carry? Investigating reports of crime. Bob, nothing.
I must be this way.
Bounty voucher awarded.
That was a really stupid battle. I took way more hits than I should have. What does it say? No. Huh?
voucher received.
I should let my shield recharge.
I've taken too many hits.
Bounty voucher received. Bounty voucher received.
Carrying anything nice?
Bounty voucher received.
Rapid deployment unit deployed. Initiating scans of all ships in the area.
Oh, what is this?
Carrying anything nice?
I've taken too many hits.
Power plant is down. Whoa.
Bounty voucher awarded.
ships will be scanned.
Bounty voucher received. Massacre mission completed. Redirected to mission origin.
Hostiles in view. Prepare to engage.
Bounty voucher awarded.
This is escort to loop. Critical systems damage.
You find a good fight. Bounty voucher received.
You notice that I kind of like look down to the left while I fight. Okay, I think we got 2 done. Did it say 2? We got 1 done.
Bounty voucher received.
Let me see what you have.
Bounty voucher received.
Where's the fight? think I can take him on.
I see all.
Things just got a bit more complicated.
Another dud. Damn it all.
Yeah, can't do anything, can you? Oh, he can pop his shield. I'm so close and he's so wide, I can just like fucking shoot him without a lock on. Ah, shit.
Bounty voucher received.
Mission failed. Time for me to leave.
What do you carry, I wonder? Warning, attack by pirate detected. Bounty voucher awarded.
Okay, he rammed into me and killed himself. These guys are having a hard time taking down the Santa Continent. Of course, attack me. Why don't you?
Bounty voucher received. Bounty voucher awarded.
Very smooth and relaxing. This is nice. Still got 2 more.
I see all.
Bounty voucher received. Warning, attack by pirate detected. Bounty voucher awarded.
Okay, who else? Who else? Come on, come on, come and get your bullets.
Let's see what they're carrying.
Bounty voucher received.
Oh, should I?
Attack by pirate detected.
You have no chance now.
Bounty voucher received.
Damn. Already low on fuel. Yeah, I kinda want higher DPS. I think I should also choose my mission targets and ignore anything else that isn't a mission target. So I am losing a lot of ammo chasing down other wanted targets. There we go. What is this?
Let's see what you are carrying. Bounty voucher received.
Okay, gotta rearm and refuel again. Took a bit of damage on that one.
Arriving at North Report.
Lakon, Charlie, Yankee, Bravo. Welcome to the facility. Please observe all standard docking procedures. Okay, Commander. Proceed to landing pad 2-3.
Landing pad 23 is at 11 o'clock far, as you enter with the green lights on your right.
We don't have to do this.
Oh no, you don't. We don't have to do this.
But did my voice packs that I downloaded for Microsoft TTS is actually working. Some of these voices sound new.
Docking complete.
Docking completed. Ground crew has been dispatched.
Refuel. Alliance Chieftain repaired. Your Alliance Chieftain rearmed. Bounty vouchers for well over 9 million credits have now been claimed. Disengaged from local networks.
Ship release. Regulate speed until clear of exclusion zone.
Go back. Sometimes the RNG gods are less of a dick, and it spawns in the mission ships constantly. In other times, the RNG gods are a bunch of dicks, and they don't spawn in mission-specific ships. It's really the luck of the dick, you know what I mean? The draw of the dick.
Danger, dropping near very high threat, high intensity resource extraction site.
What traits do you carry?
I carry, do you like bear claws? I got bear claws. Oh. No, you don't want bear claws? Okay.
Do you have anything of value?
Yeah, hold on, wait your turn.
Another dud. Damn it all.
Bounty voucher received.
Malak.
Bounty voucher awarded.
I've taken too many hits.
Have you? Or I can give you more hits.
voucher received. Massacre mission requirements completed. Redirected to mission origin. Warning, attack by pirate detected.
I'm gonna pull you up.
Bounty voucher received. Heat levels beyond operating tolerance.
Yeah. The RNG gods are smiling down on us right now.
Warning, attack by pirate detected.
You have no chance now.
I have a good chance.
Bounty voucher awarded.
Ooh, you're a fast one, aren't you? Yeah, you are.
Impossible.
I was kind of hoping for his power plant explosion, There we go.
Bounty voucher received.
900,000.
Let's see what you are carrying.
Why do I have low power for my chat?
Warning, attack by pirate detected.
This can't be happening.
Bounty voucher awarded.
Let me see what you have.
The scan will soon be over.
Bounty voucher awarded.
Team in a team. These are not the guys I'm looking for.
Impossible.
Okay, there's so many people here.
It's no good. I can never.
Bounty voucher awarded. Bounty voucher awarded.
Trains take you carry.
Avenge me.
Bounty voucher received. Attack by pirate detected.
You have no chance now.
voucher received.
Carrying anything nice.
I can see when I'm outmatched. Bounty voucher received.
Another dud. Damn it all.
Fuck is it shooting at? Fuck.
Stock of inconsistent shield soak analysis has reached near maximum. Currently holding 250. Bounty voucher awarded.
Okay, just off a little bit more. 11 more.
Voucher received.
Power plant is 0. Almost shot a cop. Power plant destruction. There we go.
Bounty voucher received.
Can I get mission specific ships, please?
Investigating reports of crime.
These are not the ships I'm looking for. How about that one?
What treats do you carry?
Getting on your ass. Hold up. You gotta stay on his ass. Doesn't know what to do.
Bounty voucher awarded.
When you go for the ass, like, sometimes the AI, if you stay on it really well, the AI doesn't know what to do. So you gotta really get up in there, you know? Gotta hit him where the sun don't shine.
You fight a good fight.
Attack by pirate detected.
Now you die, Victor.
I don't think so.
Bounty voucher received.
No, I don't want them. Did I even waste ammo with these guys? Still need to kill 8 more. I don't think they're gonna spawn unless they die.
Let me see what you have. Bounty voucher awarded. Bounty voucher awarded. Bounty voucher received. Bounty voucher received.
Criminal allegorical anomaly. What? Oh yeah, their ships look weird. Like I don't know if these are like a special faction, but that ship looked weird. It also had double markers, like double targetable markers. So I don't know what the deal is with them. All right.
I've taken too many hits.
Oh shit. Guys, one more hit.
Bounty voucher received.
How the fuck do you miss a torpedo at that range? God, the combat is so good in this game.
Attack by pirate detected.
It's so fun.
Bounty voucher received.
Pa-boom. I don't want to boost again because it might take me out of position.
I've taken too many hits.
Bounty voucher received.
You find a good find.
Bounty voucher awarded.
Okay. Just a little bit more. Right up in his taint. Okay, come on. Ah, shit. Kind of fucked it up. Okay, get back on his tail. Ow. Ow. Okay, okay. Okay. Yep. That was awkward. And he's dead.
Bounty voucher awarded.
I have enough for a couple of more engagements. That's a big ass party over there.
Warning. Attack by pirate detected.
Now uniting.
All up in your ass. Oh my god, I can barely see what's going on.
Bounty voucher received.
Another done. Damn it.
Did I do it?
Massacre mission completed. Redirected to mission origin.
Yeah, I think I did it.
Bounty voucher received.
Ooh. Okay. Let's go home.
Course set.
You fight a good fight.
My arms are a little bit numb. It's moving the joystick and throttle around. think this is the second time I got this mission offer. So I'm wondering if it's like a mission that I need to do. I genuinely think we killed like 100 pirates. We can count. Because the kills don't double count. Right? It's sequential. So it only fills up the kill count on the first mission available, and then once that's filled up, it moves on to the next.
Your nearest scoopable star is LP 908 to 11 in the current system.
So this one, oh, it doesn't actually tell you how many kills it was. Okay.
Warning, fuel tanks are almost depleted. Your nearest scoopable star is LP 908 to 11 in the current system.
Toyon City. Toyon. That's how you pronounce it. Toyon. Like yon. De-emphasize the E and O, just say yon.
Dropping near Soyeon City.
Yeah, don't do what TTS did. Don't do that. It's yon. Like Y-U-N, you know? It's almost like Y-U-N instead of Y-E-O-N. Yun.
Okay, Commander, you are go for approach.
Korean names have a very misleading phonetic spelling.
Landing pad 41 is at 5 o'clock near. As you
I don't know why Koreans did that. The Chinese don't do that, the Japanese don't do it, but the Koreans did. For whatever reason. So it's a bit difficult to pronounce it just by the phonetic spellings alone. Oh shit, 4-1. I wish the numbers were a little bit bigger. And maybe like on all 4 sides.
100 meters from touchdown.
Sometimes it's hard to see the numbers.
Docking complete. Your Alliance Chieftain is now fully refueled. Your Alliance Chieftain repaired. Your Alliance Chieftain restocked.
Let's count. So we got 20, 40, 54, 68, 103, 123. We killed 123 pirates. It really is a massacre. Okay. Oh yeah.
Mission successfully completed. You have been awarded 18 units of military supercapacitors and nearly 12.5 million credits.
Oh yeah.
Mission successfully completed. You have received 18 units of modified embedded firmware and just over 12 million
Oh
credits.
yeah.
Mission successfully completed. You have been awarded 14 units of military supercapacitors and just
Oh,
over
yeah.
5 million credits from Allied LP908-11 first. Mission successfully completed. You have received 14 units of data mined wake
Oh,
exceptions and
yes.
over 4.5 million credits from Allied LP908-11 first. Mission completed. You have
The
received
servers are
12
going to be
units of
down
divergent scan data
for
and over 1
maintenance.
million credits from new LP908-11
Oh,
regulatory state.
yes.
Mission successfully completed. You have been awarded 18 units of adaptive encryptors capture and 12 million credits from Allied
Quick, look at the
LP908-11 first.
Look at the rewards. Conductive components? No. Ruthenium. 35 pirates, hold on. Take down, take down, take down. Wing missions, urgent kill order. Hey, what the fuck? Where's my... It got populated with takedown missions. Aww. Well, we actually got a decent amount of materials. I do need a lot more raw materials though. Not worried about manufactured materials because they're pretty easy to convert. Yeah, this is nice, having 32 adaptive encryptors capture, 100 decoded emissions data. Yeah, this should be enough to upgrade a small ship, like without upgrading weapons or shields or hulls. These are enough for a basic ass exploration ship. So I think I'll buy the Mandalay, and I should change my name. So the servers are going to be down for maintenance.
Oh no, you don't.
We get like a Increased range, mass manager. Eccentric hyperspace trajectories, okay. Everything else. Chemical manipulators, okay. Data mine wake exceptions. Is this like all of it? Like all of the materials we need to upgrade to grade 5? Then we do like power plant overcharged with monstered. Selenium. What else do we need? Selenium. I actually need like 3 of them. Because I need it for my type 9. Chieftain and the Mandalay. Since I'm going to be buying the Mandalay, I think I'm going to retire my Explorer because I've been thinking about this. I should get like a bigger mining ship. The Explorer is nice, but it only has 120 cargo. So when I'm doing mining, I want to be able to hold a lot more mined ores because I can't store it in like a fleet carrier for now. So I wonder which ship would be nice for like a medium, like a something like I really was thinking about the Type 8. Using the Type 8 as a miner. It's got a whole bunch of my hard points. It's probably not maneuverable enough. Maybe. We're going to ships type 8. Yeah, we're talking about 300. 300 to 400 cargo space for mining. Yeah, this should be enough to like absolutely blast in an asteroid in like a second. For sure. Oh, I'm gonna need a better... Yeah, looks like I'll need a better thruster. Okay. Mass manager. Probably need a good power distributor. And put in a good power plant. Overcharged with monstered. Light alloy with heavy duty deplating. I do want a shield. I do want a shield because I might run into an asteroid. I might get knocked down by one. Like a prismatic bi-weave. Bow draw. Get rid of the super cruise and get the refinery. Oh, I don't need a one bin. Let's go for the light one. Well, actually, there's no mass difference, so... Get an AFMS. I think I will need a fuel scooper. I need a limpet controller. Should be on a 3. Doesn't have a 3. Oh, that's kind of annoying. There's no 3. Why go for a 5A when you can just get a multi-limpet? Yeah.
I was doing was mining.
What happened to the shield? Where's the shield? I don't need low draw. Multi-weave. $57 mil power, very manageable. Yeah, so this one effectively triples the cargo space for a mining ship. Gotta wait for the server maintenance to complete. Almost up to 600 million. Huh. Yeah, this should be like a decent mining ship now. So I can sell off the Explorer. Replace that with the Mandalay, which has the better jump range. I'm kind of tempted to take out another Type 9 and use that as a mining ship, but it's so... the maneuverability is so low. "56 degrees per second, 26 degrees per second, 17 degrees per second. Let's look at the base one. Let me look at my other ship, the Type 9 cargo. The Type 8 is a bit more maneuverable. Is it because the Type 9 is heavier? Or is it because it's full? No, it's like slightly heavier. Even if you have zero cargo, the Type 8 is more maneuverable. Yeah, I think the Type 8 is a better miner because it's slightly more maneuverable,
And this is a decent amount of platinum that you can carry. The jump rate is pretty well, 24 light years. You're absolutely overwhelming our 3, 6. Yeah, we don't need this many mining lasers. Damage per megajoule of energy is the same between small and medium. Back by 740. Yeah. I really don't think we need like 5 mining lasers.
The Type 8 gives us a lot of cargo, but something like would using a Python as a mining ship be a bit of a waste? You know, 3 Type 6. Python might be able to have a better jump range. $240. Probably put in fuel scoop. Yeah, we can sustain this one. 6 megawatts per second, and the charge is 9.2 megawatts. Actually, there's a lot of energy. Yeah, this might be overkill. Much more maneuverable than the Type 8. We can have max 3 on the large ones. It doesn't really matter because it's not going to be used for combat. Like this. Oh shit. Ah. Yeah, I mean, you lose about 100 cargo. What I wanted to see was the jump range. Laden is 24. 24. Max, unladen is 34. Oh, I guess the Type 8 is better. It even has a longer jump range. I need to save this build. People use the cut for laser mining. Really? Also, people are saying the Type 8 is not that great because apparently the laser mines are not as efficient when it's a small... when it's on a small hardpoint. I'm not so sure. The damage per megajoule of energy is the same. It's just one medium equals 2 smalls. Yeah, the power draw is a problem. Because even with full pips, your lasers drain in 7 seconds. Also, apparently people are also taking out like the anaconda on a laser farm. Which kinda... Let's see. Oh, this is the anaconda. Oh shit, you get an incredible amount of storage space. Why'd you have to buy a separate... what the fuck? It's only 154 million. What is H? Is it huge? Is that what it is? Huge? For this ship, I'll probably get the military grade upgrade later, but God, it gets... Okay. Oh, the energy is huge on this one. Why did the weapons get a bonus? What's going on? Is it natural? Does it natively like give it a little bit more to the weapons? I mean, damn. I really want to squeeze out a little bit more. I can get rid of the shield and put in a cargo rack. With 12 damage per second. Fuel boosters on there. And point defense because it's a huge ship. Oh, it's got tons of energy. Why is it so much more expensive now? The power plant is 116 million on its own. Thing is, I probably want to get the highest power plant because I'm not always going to be using it for mining. Or I could get a mining ship first and then get another one as a combat ship. Is there a way to like name your ship in game so that you don't get confused when you have multiple ships? You know, I'm kind of tempted to buy an Anaconda just for mining. Wait, how do you buy a fleet carrier? Elite Dangerous. Fleet carrier. Management. The Drake, the fleet carrier, is not directly pilotable by the owner. Rather, the owner has executive control by issuing orders to hyperspace jump to hand-picked star systems and planets within these systems. If you have previously visited the system, in the carrier management menu is the navigation submenu, which shows the current location, tritium reserves, and jump capability. Okay, a little bit too small. Carrier display. Okay, like the battlecruiser and the class interdictor, the Drake class carrier is equipped with a capital ship class FSD, allowing it to jump between star systems. It has a maximum jump range of 500 light years. It can travel anywhere in the galaxy with the exception of permanent locked systems. It can jump. They can schedule a jump. You need tritium to move it. 68 units of tritium for a single 500 light year jump. It can be plotted at one time. Every jump that the fleet carrier performs inflicts a small degree of wear and tear, which incurs an additional fixed maintenance fee of 100,000 credits per jump. So you need fuel and 100,000 credits. 15 minutes, followed by 5-minute cooldown. Services are restored. Okay. Fleet carriers have weekly upkeep costs starting at 5 million credits, rising to about 30 million. Falling behind in the payments to the point where the accumulated debt exceeds 250 million credits will result in the vessel being decommissioned and scrapped. 3 types of expenses that make up the total upkeep cost: core, optional, maintenance. By setting tariffs. Oh, the tariffs. Oh. When upkeep costs are not paid, the carrier would go to debt. Okay. Services. Provide a selection of services for docked pilots. There are 3 or 4 services: bridge, crew, commodity training, and tritium depot. The owner can decide which additional services to install. Upkeep cost, including a minimum 5. Okay. Commodity trading. Including a minimum KP. Refuel station 1.5. Repair 1.5. Armory 1.5. Redemption 1.8. Shipyard 6.5. Outfitting 5. Secure warehouse. What is a secure warehouse? Once optional fleet carrier services are installed, they are automatically activated, will incur the full upkeep costs for running them. The owner can suspend optional services to reduce upkeep. Used cargo capacity of any and all optional services will be counted as cargo of the carrier, which means that a carrier with extra services will consume more tritium per jump. So, advanced maintenance, refuel, repair, armory. Restock limpets, okay. Outfitting. Yeah, does it give you like access to everything? I see. The shipyard allows visitors to purchase, sell, store, and transfer ships. The owner can always store and transfer their ships, regardless of whether this service is installed. Oh, it's for it's a fence. Selling stolen items. Drake-class carriers are available for purchase from select systems. Carrier construction service. Click on contacts in the menu, it would have a fleet carrier vendor. Drake-class carriers purchased, the owner can find it orbiting within the system. Some fleet carriers are designated by explorer groups to act as semi-permanent stations. BSSA maintains one carrier per galactic region with refuel, repair, rearm. Star maintains a number of carriers selling tritium. Pioneer Project maintains 8 carriers with refuel. Azura maintains because Greater Annihilator. The Great Annihilator area. They are persistent. If a player is docked in solo and it jumps, player will jump with it. Like stations, fleet carriers are indestructible and possess defensive capabilities in order to defend themselves from and nearby non-hostile ships from attackers. Well, how much do they cost? Oh. 5 billion. Well, shit. Also, are we in the game now? Yeah, I mean, if I want to get like 5 billion, I'm gonna need a faster way to make money. The trading with the Type 9 Heavy, it's okay if I want to use it as a way to buy ships, but I don't think it will be enough for me to buy a fleet carrier. It would take way too much money, way too many trading trips. It's not closing properly, but yeah, we're just waiting for the game to come back from maintenance. You know, I really do think mining might be faster to make money. Yeah, I'll just keep an eye out on the server maintenance, because I can reliably sell, whatchamacallit, go back into, oh, back into data. I want to sell platinum. Alright, so for example, if I can sell... Ooh, that's 600 light years away. This is not too bad. So let's say we bought an Anaconda, and we fitted the modules for mining. We can carry 416 tons of platinum. And each platinum can sell for 300,000. That's 126 million. No, 123 million. Which is equivalent to like 6 trips in a Type 9 Defender, or Type 9 Heavy, right? Assuming that, from what I saw, each trading trip seems to cost about, make about 20 to 25 million per trip. This assumes the mining takes less time than trading. There has to be a way. There has to be a way to do like a manual trading, like finding a manual trade route that's more profitable than Inara. Because what the limitation in Inara is that it only looks at trade routes within 80 light years of each other. The source and the target stations are only within 80 light years. What if there are trading routes that are more profitable that are just like 100 or 120 light years? Servers are still down.
The Robigo mine run with a passenger loadout can net you about 100 to 120 million per hour. All right. We still have to find a way to buy an Anaconda. I think for my next combat ship, oh shit, I actually want to try out the Mark III, but the Mark II, but it's got 3 large, oh, it's got 4 large and 2 medium, whereas the Python has, okay. I mean, the Furtherlands plasma accelerator build that I was thinking about. 4 plasma accelerators, 1 multi-cannon. Sounds sick. Just like melt people. I may need like heat sink launchers, but alright. Well, I'm still waiting for the game to finish the maintenance. Yeah, I still trying to figure out what would be a good mining ship. I don't know if mining might be worth it. I would have to do the time calculations. Like which one would be more time efficient? Bulk trading with the Type 9 Heavy, or laser mining with a Type 8 or an Anaconda? Because I know a filled out Anaconda mining ship would give me 123 million per trip, but I don't know how long that will take to actually mine 400 tons of platinum. Because the limpets are, I think, the biggest time inefficiency in laser mining are the limpet drones. Limpet drones take time to pick up each individual ore, and if you venture too far away, they die. I kinda wish the limpet drones would be a bit more flexible if you put them on a higher class slot. Like, let's say a class 5, a grade 5 multi-limpet controller can have like 6 limpets out at the same time or something. The fact that it's limited to 4,
Okay, the max limpet controller is 5A. Yeah, no. So where are the fighter hangar? Oh. It only has one bay. The NPC pilot crew. Okay, so you gotta hire a pilot crew. You know, 123 million. Fuck. $100 million. If I can do it within an hour, if I can fill up 400 platinum in an hour, it's worth. Right, so let's check the trading route again. Assuming we are using our Type 9 Heavy. Yeah, if I can mine, surface mine 400 platinum per hour, I can make more than trading. Although I will miss out on the power play merit thingy.
But the specialized freighter ship launches this month, later this month. And so I'm probably going to be retiring the Type 9 as soon as that ship comes out. Because that ship's going to be even better, much better than the Type 9 at bulk trading. And at that point, I might not even need a mining ship. Fuck. Wait. Can you stack limit controllers? Why did I just get a verify code? My phone. I didn't ask for a verification on anything. Hold on. What the fuck was that? Okay, that's slightly concerning. What the fuck was that? Quick.
Why would I get like a text message asking for a verification code if I didn't ask for anything? Super weird. The message isn't even in my message history. Let me restart one more time. Oh, hi Max. Yeah, the servers are down for maintenance. It's that time of the week. Actually, do they have an update? Ah, okay. Yeah, I'm kind of contemplating what to do next. So, I'm thinking about buying like an anaconda because I kind of have the money for it now. I have 598 million. The thing is, the anaconda that I'm thinking about is kitted out for laser mining. The reason why I'm debating getting a anaconda for laser mining is that I have a mining ship, which is the ASP Explorer. I haven't taken it out in a while, but I feel like it's a little bit insufficient at the kind of level that I am right now, because for every activity that I do, I have to think about the opportunity cost, right? So laser mining is really, yeah, you get a bit of raw materials, but mostly it's for credit farming. And the best contender for credit farming for me right now is bulk trading with the Type 9 Heavy. Now, if I get an anaconda and I kit it out with cargo racks, lasers, and just skimp out on the weapons, maybe even get rid of the shield boosters, right? Because I don't technically need it, but I'm just mining in solo. I can carry, I can carry 416 tons. So assuming that I do platinum farming and I carry 416, about 400 tons of platinum, I can sell all of it at a place that sells for about 300,000 credits per platinum unit, which means that I can make 123 million for a fully loaded platinum mining ship. Now, with the Type 9 and considering the kind of available trading routes for the Type 9, I can make 100 mil per hour just from bulk trading. The benefit of bulk trading is that this also gives me a the power plate merit, the merit points, while I am gaining credits. So an anaconda mining ship would only be worth it if it takes less than an hour. If it takes more than an hour, I'm losing time and credits because I could have been doing bulk trading with the Type 9.
So it really kind of depends on how quickly can I mine platinum. And I think one of the questions that I had was, okay, one of the biggest bottlenecks in mining is actually the limpets. Because no matter how quickly you can laser an asteroid, you're limited by the speed of your limpet drones. The multi-limpet controller allows you to have 4 limpets out at the same time. It has a range of 5 kilometers. But I was wondering if it was possible to stack multiple limpet controllers. I know I can't have multiple multi-limpet controllers, but I just saw here, and it never occurred to me to do this, I can install a separate 5A collector limpet controller. This one's a lot more limited at 1.5 kilometers, and each limpet lasts 12 minutes. But each asteroid shouldn't take more than like a couple of minutes to fully collect all the like the chunks, the ore chunks. Does this mean I can have 7 limpets out at the same time? I need to see. Let me Google this. So you do have it stacked, and you also have a minor conda. So you're saying it does stack. The multi-limpet controller cannot be stacked, but collector limpets can be stacked. Yes, it can. I see. I see. Also, how do you share a ship? Is there like a code? How do... The build link. Oh. I think I have it... I think all links are not banned. They're just like blocked. Just for safety reasons for YouTube. But I do get what you mean. So that was the big question that I had, which was... I never thought about stacking individual collector limpet controllers. I always assumed that since the multi-limpet controller couldn't be stacked, the individual ones couldn't also be stacked, but that's not the case. You can stack them. But you're saying 11 collectors, it's still not enough to scoop everything up fast enough. You can't have a... Grade 5 is the highest. Okay, so there's no point in going over grade 5. I mean, how much credits do you think you make with your build, with your ship? Like, let's say per hour. Do you think you make over 100 million per hour with your build and your method of mining? About 120 mil. Okay, so that does seem better than just bulk trading. You know what? Does seem like a good idea. Well, first of all, let's get rid of these shield boosters.
Never mind. They don't make any different. They don't make a difference whatsoever in terms of cost or anything. You can fire all laser miners, all mining lasers, and that'd be enough. Is this overkill? You do 4 for... Oh yeah, the DPS is the same. Except for these ones. Does this work? So if you do this, I can only fire for 6 seconds. But does this drain out an entire asteroid within 6 seconds? Because of the damage per second? Because being able to do a burst damage might also help with the limpet mines, because I believe the chunks all come out at the same location if you damage the asteroid fast enough. It does. I see. Yeah, on time to drain weapon capacitor with all weapons firing. I could do for something like higher capacity? No. I could do like higher capacity. I don't think it makes much of a difference, honestly. It's just a very small difference. Oh, weapon focused. No, not this one. With... Yeah, that goes to 10 seconds. Which should probably mine out the entire asteroid in one burst. I mean, this is interesting. If that's the case, can I get like another limpet controller? How many will be? Now we're down to 350 tons. Yeah, I kind of want to try this. Like, try the Anaconda laser mining build and see how much money I can really grind out. Not ships. Also, don't you also get like, isn't there a way to get merits if you sell it at your... Where was it? If you sell mining, if you sell anything, You get a little bit of merit points, don't you? Yeah. Oh, this is interesting. This is very interesting. I could go for... Oh wait, there's... 4, 7, 11. I think this might just be preference, whether you want a third collector limpet controller or a little bit more cargo space. This is a pretty neat 320 tons. I'm not worried about the time. I'm worried about the range. Because sometimes it's easy to like move out of range and your limpets just like die because limpets are fucking stupid. Kind of have to like manage where they are. So can we get back in the game? Still waiting for the maintenance. Yeah, I mean, I'll do it. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it. I like this loop of making more money and then buying more expensive ships and then making even more money to buy even more expensive ships. Oh wait, I still have to do the Mandalay thing. Maybe I should buy the Mandalay first, and then unlock the thrusters, because I still have to unlock grade 5 thrusters for the engineering upgrades. Maybe I should do that first. But I kind of want to try out the mining thing. Okay, first of all, I'll be right back. I'm gonna get a glass of water. Servers are still down. Why don't I just try to finalize this build? Don't need the hull upgrade. Power plant overcharged. Can't really get grade 5, but I'll just put it there. FCO, distributor, sensors. These are pretty cheap and they're not engineer upgraded, so I don't particularly care if I need to switch them out. This way I can have 13 limpets out at once. And I doubt an asteroid actually pumps out 13 chunks, right? What's the maximum amount of chunks that an asteroid can produce? I'm sure to have an A-rated prospector. Class does not matter. Oh, for the in the utility? No wait, prospector. Is a prospector necessary when I'm only doing laser mining? I thought prospectors were only useful for subsurface. Oh, right, you're right. I do need a surface scanner. Yeah, what would be the prospector for in this case? If I'm only doing laser mining. Prospectors increase the yield? Oh. So you need a prospector limpet on an asteroid to get increased yield. Is that how it works, or does it work if you just have the module installed on your ship? Let me look this up. Oh, I almost spilled my water. Data provided allows more resources to be extracted. I see. Prospector drones will increase the quantity of fragments that can be obtained from an asteroid, with the magnitude of this effect dependent on their letter rating, notably not class, with the A rating being the strongest as expected. An A-rated prospector control of any number class has the same increase to fragment yield. If an asteroid can produce 10 fragments normally and it is prospected from the start, it will now yield 20. If that same asteroid was mined for 5 before using a prospector, the remaining 5 possible fragments will be doubled to yield 10 fragments for a total yield of 15 fragments. In general, a prospected asteroid will yield anywhere from 20 to 40 fragments, a considerable difference from the yield without a drone. Oh shit. I did not know that. I thought it was only for subsurface mining. Never mind. Okay. Then how about, yeah, then I'll just get like a, ooh, I don't want to put that on a 5. Let's get rid of the fuel scoop. Yeah, let's get rid of the fuel scoop, because all I'll be doing is going back and forth between a known mining hotspot. So the difference here? Max 1. Max 2. I really need a 2. Or it might be useful if I'm just like trying to scout out which asteroid has what resource. So I can check 2 asteroids at the same time. Also need a pulse wave analyzer, binary detail surface scanner, I think a multi-limpet is still worth because it gives me 4 permanent, semi-permanent collector limpets. If I'm really risky, I can just get rid of the shield gen. Although that sounds like a bad idea. Yeah, it does sound like it because I do occasionally get hit by the asteroid if it's like spinning around. So we get a 320 cargo space, but a lot more limpets. Oh, we're back. Yeah.
Welcome back, recruit.
Minor test.
You are pledged to Li Yongrui. You have served for 1 week and are at rank 8 with nearly 33,000 accumulated merits. You are docked at Coriolis Starport, Soyeon City, in the Lima Papa 908-11 system.
Oh,
LP
I also got
Independence is the controlling faction.
submissions.
Information. Felicia Winters has consolidated their power and made a stronghold in
Destroy
the star
rival
system.
power members. Eliminate vessels and personnel pledged to rival power in any undermining system. Scanning a vessel will reveal whether they're pledged to a power.
Oh no, you don't.
I mean, this will last me a week, so I don't have to do them immediately. Everything else seems pretty easy to do. Okay. So, well, let me look at the cost of the Anaconda. It's going to be 367 million with 18 million in insurance. I would only need to really upgrade the distributor, FSD, power plant.
How is this happening?
Everything else I can upgrade later on. Just power plant, thrusters, distributor, FSD. Which I believe... I have enough for a distributor. I need power plant, FSD. Thrusters, I have... Yeah, I just need a bit more selenium. They both use selenium. So thrusters and power plants need selenium. 5. So I need 10 in total. I believe it's not used anywhere else. Yeah. I also need eccentric hyperspace trajectories.
And that is also not used anywhere else. I have 598 million, so if I buy it, I'll have about... Okay, I gotta do math. I'll have 230 million left. 20 million rebuy, so even if I total the ship, I will have multiple chances to respawn it. Okay. Actually... No. My ASP Explorer doesn't have anything that I can use here. It's pretty... yeah, no. I will have to buy everything new. I can save a little bit of money because I am close to my power faction stronghold. I can go there and get a 50% discount on all module purchases. Alright, so here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna hop into my Explorer because I can move around with it. Just want to make sure I don't have anything in my cargo. Yep.
Mothballing your Alliance Chieftain and moving to your ASP Explorer. You have a size 2 Sierra Romeo Victor hangar, holding 1 Scarab SRV, with dual plasma repeaters. Reminder, you have a limpet controller but are not carrying any limpets.
Right.
Maximum fuel.
I am also going to go to Sirius. Right, so there's a reason why I'm fretting about credits. I want to buy the fleet carrier. So I really have to make a shit ton of money. And I don't want to take like multiple months just to get a fleet carrier. In fact, like I've been playing this game non-stop for like I think over 2 weeks now. I might start weaving in other games just so that I don't get burnt out. But I do want to continue playing this game until I feel satisfied that I've reached the end game. And that's like, I want at least one system colonized. I want a fleet carrier. And I want the end game ships. So, probably the Imperial, whatchamacallit, the Cutter. And just be like, and just feel a little bit satisfied knowing that I completed I have reached the end game content. I'm not sure about like finishing all the end game content, but just knowing that I reached it. So for right now, I'm going to be working on credits. Anyways, Sirius. That's not how you spell Sirius.
Course locked in.
We don't have to do this.
We're gonna go back to Sirius and then we're going... Wait, what?
Disengaged from local networks.
Docking coupler disengaged. Depart when ready, Commander.
Reminder, you have a limpet controller but are not carrying any limpets.
How much did this? Okay, let me get out of this station before I get kicked out or get fined. Congratulations, due to your efforts, you have ranked 212th amongst all of Liang-Yu's agents this week. I have been granted the reward of... God, how many zeros is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5... It kind of looks like... Why is it so hard for me to...
You have exceeded the
1, 2, 3,
station
4, 5,
Goodbye,
6...
Commander.
10 million. Okay, never mind. Not as much as I thought it said like 100 million. Wait, I'm 212th? What if I get like number 1? Because I can just be an absolute trading maniac and accrue a lot of merit points.
We don't have to do this.
Huh. ED teaches you nothing and expects you to read an encyclopedia to learn the details or find a random person in a live chat for that. Yeah, so that's one of the biggest issues I have with this game, if I have to give it a criticism. Okay, all the obvious things like quality of life improvements and performance issues aside, as a new player, which I'm still a new player, it's very confusing where to get the right information. Unless you use Google and search around in Reddit and the Wikipedia. I just wish they cleaned up some of the onboarding process for new players, although they're not gonna do that. This is an old game. Most of the people who play this game have played this game for thousands of hours. It's very rare for a new player like me to just jump in, right? So I kind of get it, why there isn't a better onboarding process. But I still feel like because this game is so unique, in the sense that it doesn't really have a good competitor, if there are people who want to get into like space sim / space RPG game, this is pretty much it, unless Star Citizen comes out in the next 50 years. So I feel like having a better beginner onboarding process could actually bring in some new life to this game by bringing in more players, because I do think it will be a bit more intimidating for other people who are not going to be spending like weeks playing this game exclusively to like live stream it like me. Yeah. There we go, stronghold carrier. And yeah, there are a lot of like things about the game that makes you waste time if you didn't know any better. Like, let's say I wanted to do some mine, like when I first got into the game, I had a ship, I decided to go laser mining. I laser mined materials. The price differences per commodity, like per ore type and where you sell it, information which is not available easily within the game. So if you use Inara, sure, but then you have to know that there is a site called Inara, and then you have to use it, and then you have to know that for most things, it's just recommended to mine platinum when you're doing surface laser mining. Because all the other commodities might not be worth your time. But for new players, they might waste several hours or maybe like a couple of days mining a bunch of random shit that doesn't really net them enough credits. You know what I mean? It's like, it feels like a deliberate, like not a deliberate, but like an unfortunate waste of time for new players. One way to resolve that would be to kind of even out the material pricing a bit, or just like have a window. It says, hey, go to Inara. Don't use the in-game map, just go to Inara and then use that to understand how commodity pricings work, right? Because at this point, wouldn't Inara be like an almost semi-official service for Elite Dangerous? I feel like almost everyone who plays this game uses Inara. Like, they kind of have to. It makes things so much more convenient and time efficient compared to doing things in-game. So I shouldn't be in combat mode, just in case. Technically, they do have the codex, which is supposed to help, but it's more convenient to go on wiki.
Arriving at Stronghold Carrier. Landing pad 6 assigned, Commander.
Always a light show at this place. Why do they spawn in like enemy ships here? Wanted enemy. Oh, is that the bottom one? Edmund Mahone? That's the faction name? Okay. 03. Yeah, I don't care. I don't care. Deselect. Deselect. Oh.
I strongly advise you against this.
Docking complete. Reminder, you have a limpet controller but are not carrying any limpets.
Okay.
You fight a good fight.
You've scratched my paint.
I mean, I don't know if I got here pretty quickly or if it's just because I spent a lot of time playing this game in a short amount of time, in a short time period, but I was not expecting to be able to buy the Anaconda this soon. In my mind, I assumed that it would have taken a little bit longer, but here we are with almost 600 million in reserve.
buying an
No, no.
Anaconda at 124 million. If I'm trying to buy like the hull reinforcement to military composite, I bet it's like super expensive though. But I won't be doing that. This will be for mining. Okay, let's do it. 124 million. Just want to make sure that I'm not gonna... Yeah. I'm so nervous. What the fuck? Yeah, I mean, the power plant costs 116 million. It's fine. We're gonna get a 15% discount anyway on most of these components. Yeah. I'll have 200 million left. 230 million. I'll be fine. I'll be fine. Okay, here it goes. 124 million.
Anaconda purchased. Your new Anaconda has been delivered to your shipyard.
Did it fucking freeze my game? Oh. Look around. Oh shit, this is huge. How come there's one seat on my right, but there's two on my left? Anyways, okay. Okay. This looks fancy. It's got that, it looks like it has leather finishing, like in a luxury sedan. It's kind of funny. It's a spaceship, why would it need leather? Outfitting. Okay. Gotta go with the core first. I'm gonna have this open, but not show on OBS because it's kind of annoying. Okay. Just to make sure I don't fuck this up. A power plant, 99 million. Seven A thrusters, 43 million. Six A SCO, 16 million. Life support 5D for weight savings.
You fight a good fight.
Sensors 8D. If I want to take this out for combat, I'll probably switch it out to... Nope, I'll keep it on 8D. Fuel tank, it should be the same. Yep. Optional internals. Okay. Yeah, the game does this. I already have a 70 cargo. Okay. Six A cargo. I will store it for now. We need another 6E.
And another 6E. Wait. What? Okay, never mind. Spam mail. Okay. Now, 5A, we get the collector limpet. Oh. Oh, so the 5B has longer active range but reduced limpet time. 5A has, wait, shorter range but longer limpet lifetime. I'll take the, yeah, 5A's. I need 3 of them. The military compartment. Oh, I already have one. That's nice. Wait, that's the one I need, right? 5D. Yeah. Fuel generator. By weave. 4C by weave. Prospector limpet. Class doesn't matter, I just need the... No, I said I wanted to go for doubles. And then a multi-limpet controller. Oh, okay. Yeah.
I can see when I'm outmatched.
Detailed surface scanner. Binary. 1A. Vehicle base doesn't matter. Utilities. All right, you actually have to start thinking about where the utilities go. Because this is a much larger ship.
think this is the bottom. Okay. I mean, point defense should be at the back. Should it? Doesn't really matter right now. Let me just... Yeah, it doesn't matter. I'll just switch them out if I need. The one thing I do need is the pulse wave analyzer. Let's get the OA. I'll just get the shield boosters because I can.
I strongly advise you against this.
The freedom from having so much money. Like I can switch out switch out modules whenever I want, except for the hull armor, which are super expensive. Anyways. Oh, maybe I didn't need to do that. No, it's fine. Actually, just in case. Oh. Store. Oh, experimentals. AX cannons, enhanced AX, okay. Guardian Nanite Torpedo Pylon. Okay. Mining tools. All the mining lasers. Nope, not that one.
Okay, so mining lasers, pulse wave analyzer, SCO. Oh, distributor. Okay. This is why we double check. Cargo, collector, all reinforcement, and then buy weave. Prospector, multi-limpet, detail surface scanner, refinery. Yeah. Alright, I'll just put a mining laser. Why does it move up and down? Okay. Surface scanner, I want to put the collectors on in the same firing group as the mining lasers. I'll just have the prospector on something else. Deep scan. Oh, right. This is the actual prospector mine. So yeah, I don't want this prospector. Yep, prospector on 2. Pulse wave on there. Third firing group is for the deep scanner. Surface scanner. And that should be good. Uh, 320 cargo capacity. Storage. What the fuck is this? Oh, is this like the Odyssey specific materials? Okay. Okay. I think that's settled. I want to take this out for a spin just to see how it feels. The upgrades. Right. Let me also go visit a material trader. I need encoded and raw material traders. I believe there is a material trader in the system. Material trader. Landing pad, large. Yeah, there's a material trader, manufactured material trader. I don't need manufactured. Palladium, base. YZ SETI. Okay.
Course plotted.
Okay, let's take this out. Wait, let me check. $10 million in
Bounty
bounties.
vouchers for 10 million credits have been redeemed.
No fines. Oh. Yeah. Okay. Let's go. Holy shit. The anaconda. This thing has a long ass nose. I guess it's not really a nose, it's like a body, but...
Full control reestablished.
Okay.
Reminder, you have a limpet controller but are not carrying any limpets.
Okay, so this is interesting. I can't see underneath, like below the hood. So like... Okay. That's gonna take some time getting used to. Oh, this thing sounds cool. Oh, that's a planet? Okay. It's also very quiet. I like it. Also, this thing has pretty good rotation speed too. I thought it would be like, sort of like the Type 9. No. This is a lot more maneuverable. Interesting. Oh man, this is gonna be a bit difficult to land, isn't it?
Levels at 87%. Information. This system is home to Marco Quent, who improves power plants and power distributors. You can find Marco Quent at Quent Research Base.
Oh yeah, this nose is gonna take some time getting used to. I always want to put my target of whatever I want to look at above me, not below me. Because I can't see shit below it. Okay. Oh yeah, how do you park this in a station? Do you still have to go through that tiny ass gate? I guess there's only one way to find out.
Dropping near Clement Orbital.
Delacy, Charlie, Yankee, Bravo. Please check your speed on approach to this facility. Request approved. Please head directly for Bay 2-4.
Landing pad 24 is at 12 o'clock near, as you enter with the green lights on your right.
Yeah, I do have to enter, okay. Oh, I know why. It's because I didn't slow down for the scan. Okay, how the fuck?
Docking complete. Reminder, you have a limpet controller but are not carrying any limpets.
Okay.
Ship is on the ground.
Refueling.
Flight crew dispatched. You are most welcome, Commander.
Eccentric hyperspace trajectories. Contacts, material trader. I need 10. I think I need a 10. Data mined, wake exceptions. I do need that as well. I only need 5. So I can sacrifice some for eccentric hyperspace trajectories. Okay, just making sure I have enough. Chemical manipulators. What do I need chemical manipulators for? Inara doesn't tell me what I need the chemical manipulators are used for. All I'm trying to do is get the FSD, power plant, distributor, and thrusters. So I shouldn't be using chemical manipulators. By the way, I should balance out some of these.
Supply of unexpected emission data has reached your maximum. Current stock is 200.
I strongly advise you against this.
Isn't this at max? No. Okay. We need a raw material trader. 82 Eridani.
Course laid in.
Resnick port. Okay. Oh, I just want to check if I have any bounties on me. Nothing. Good.
Disengaged from local networks.
Landing restraints lifted. Moderate speed on exit.
Reminder, you have a limpet controller but are not carrying any limpets.
Ooh, I like this ship. It sounds nice.
Fuel levels are at 95%.
Transneck port. We just need selenium. Hopefully we have enough materials to convert. Is it just me, or are the thrusters quite fast in Super Cruise? I feel like I just accelerated in that little space quite quickly.
Dropping near Bresnik Port.
Delays in Charlie, Yankee, Bravo. Please comply with flight regulations as you approach the station, Commander. Position authorized. Adjust heading for approach to pad 40.
Landing pad 40 is at 4 o'clock far, as you enter with the green lights on your right.
Come in, Commander. We've lost contact. Please perform a comms check.
Is this illegal to do silent running? Holy shit, I'm so much bigger than that guy. Where is 40? Oh. Man, that's kind of hard to see.
Docking complete. Reminder,
Okay.
you have a limpet controller but are not carrying any limpets.
Contact. Clear to disembark.
I need 5 selenium for the power plant and another 5 for the thrusters. Although the thrusters won't be upgraded to tier 5. Oh shit. I could try upgrading. Yikes. Do I need antimony for anything? I don't need antimony for this batch of upgrades. Still really expensive to do this. I guess the good news is that you don't actually need this many materials if you're just trying to upgrade one ship. And selenium. Okay, let's get our upgrades. Go to Elvira or...
I strongly advise you against this.
Who is closer? Felicity is closer. Okay. Let's see it. Although...
Course plotted.
This might help me with the jumps. And I believe I don't take any penalties for it, except that I can't do experimental. But I'm gonna go visit Felicity anyways. Yeah, okay. Why do I have any grade 4 power plant? What? Now, if we recalculate,
Course plotted.
we reduce it to 4 jumps. Good.
Fuel at maximum. Disengaged from local networks.
Ship released. Departure authorized.
Reminder, you have a limpet controller but are not carrying any limpets.
Impossible.
Heavy traffic around the vicinity. Please take care.
Okay. I think I'm going to... Ugh. I think I'm going to end my stream once I get to Felicity. I've been streaming for 10 hours. Gotta save my strength for tomorrow.
Fuel levels at 75% capacity. Main sequence star age Elasta is notable, relative to similar class Kilo stars, with lower than average density. As you can see, it emits a yellow-orange light. Star Golf Lima 269er Bravo is notable, relative to similar class Kilo stars, with lower than average surface temperature. As you can see, it emits a yellow-orange light. 50% capacity, recruit. Warning, fuel levels are almost depleted. Refueling is strongly recommended.
Almost there.
Warning, fuel reserves are now almost depleted. Refueling is strongly recommended. Information. This system is home to Felicity Farseer, who specializes in upgrading frame shift drives. They also can upgrade thrusters, sensors, surface scanners, shield boosters, frame shift interdictors, and power plants. You can find Felicity Farseer at Farseer Inc.
Almost out of fuel. Maybe I should have a fuel scoop. It uses a lot of fuel.
"22 human surface signals and 1 other surface signal found on Moon 6 Alpha.
We hope we are not too shallow. Looks like a good angle.
Glide mode engaged. Moon 6 Alpha is a low-gravity world, at 9 centimos. Dropping at Farseering.
Hopefully I won't crash my ship trying to land here.
Glide completed.
LAC Charlie Yankee Bravo Heavy commencing automated flight control routine. Please observe docking protocols.
I am not going to boost. Seems like a bad idea here.
Access granted. Proceed to landing pad 05.
Landing pad 5 allocated, Commander.
I believe that is 5. Yep.
Docking complete. Reminder, you have a limpet controller but are not carrying any limpets.
Touchdown complete. Engaging ship restraints. Your arrival has been noted.
There we go.
Maximum fuel.
Okay, so like I said, I think I'll end my stream here. Why do I need chemical manipulators now? Fuck. That's weird. Yeah, sorry. It's just that Inara just updated the material requirements for the rest of the upgrades. And I now need more chemical manipulators. Which is fine. Tomorrow, when we move on to the next engineer, I believe for the power distributor,
we'll just visit a material trader. I have plenty of manufactured materials, so it shouldn't be an issue. Okay, well, that's it for me today. I do want to end my stream now. I hope it has been fun for all of you watching. I hope you enjoyed. Don't mind my talks about like the movies. It's just nonsense talk. Just chit chat. Just have fun. Don't take it too serious. I don't know. Maybe you should take it serious. You live your life. You live your best life. But yeah, I hope it has been fun. I'll be back tomorrow. And tomorrow we will finish up the upgrades on the Anaconda and take it out for a spin doing some mining missions. We'll do maybe like, we'll see how much money we actually make. And I think I want to time myself so that I can actually work out how much credits I make per hour. That way we can really optimize our credit making, our credit earning per hour. Because we're gonna need 5 billion to get a fleet carrier. And that's a lot of money. That is a lot of money. Well, that's it for today. I'll see you guys later. Thank you for watching. Goodbye. Goodbye.